Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, it wasn't unpleasant, just out of place. Sweet and thick, the scent clung to the concrete. On the floor sat a metal bowl half filled with reddish paste. Next to it, a fork and a single leather shoe. Pinned to the support beam above, a shopping list with one item circled in red, him. Detective Sarah Mercer stood motionless at the foot of the basement stairs, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dim light filtering through the small, dust-covered window. The cinnamon scent mingled with the mustiness typical of these older homes in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania, a quiet suburb where neighbors still brought casseroles when someone fell ill. She'd grown up just 20 miles north of here. No sign of forced entry, Officer Diaz said from behind her. Neighbor called it in, said she hadn't seen Alina Walsh in 3 days, mail piling up. Alina Walsh, 67, retired elementary school teacher, widowed for 12 years, 2 adult children living out of state, no history of mental illness, no criminal record, well liked in the community, and nowhere to be found. Her bed was made with hospital corners. Her reading glasses sat folded on the nightstand next to a dog-eared paperback. Her phone was still plugged into the charger. Her purse hung on the hook by the front door, wallet and keys inside. Her car remained in the garage. But here in this basement, something felt wrong. Detective Mercer crouched near the bowl, careful not to disturb anything. The paste wasn't just cinnamon, it was mixed with something darker, almost like molasses. The shoe belonged to a man, size 11, well worn. The shopping list was written in neat, measured handwriting that matched the notes on Alina's refrigerator calendar upstairs. "We need forensics down here," she said quietly. Alina Walsh had moved to Oak Ridge in 1983 with her husband Daniel when he took a job at the local paper mill. They raised 2 children in this house, Michael, now an architect in Seattle, and Leanne, a nurse in Boston. Daniel died of a heart attack in 2012, and Alina had lived alone since then. "She makes the best cinnamon rolls you've ever tasted," Mrs. Abernathy from next door told Detective Mercer on day 2 of the investigation. "Every Christmas and Easter, like clockwork, even sends them to her kids. She was working on a batch just last week, said she was experimenting with a new recipe." "Did she mention any visitors, anyone she was expecting to see?" Mrs. Abernathy's forehead creased. "There was someone, a man who'd been coming by. I saw his car a few times. Alina never mentioned him, which wasn't like her." "What kind of car?" "Dark blue sedan, older model. I didn't get the plates." That afternoon, forensics confirmed what Detective Mercer had begun to suspect. The reddish substance in the bowl wasn't just cinnamon and molasses, it contained human blood. Michael Walsh arrived from Seattle the next day, his face drawn and pale. He sat across from Mercer at the station, hands wrapped around a paper cup of untouched coffee. "My mother wouldn't just disappear," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "She's meticulous about everything. She still calls me every Sunday at 7 o'clock sharp. She's never missed once in 15 years. "When was the last time you spoke with her?" 10 days ago, Sunday. She sounded normal, maybe a little excited about something, but she didn't say what." "Did she ever mention someone new in her life? A friend, perhaps?" Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you asking if my 67-year-old mother had a boyfriend? I'm asking if there was anyone new she might have trusted, someone who might have had access to her home. He stared at his coffee for a long moment. There was someone she mentioned a few months ago, a man who came to fix something in the house, I think the furnace. She said he was kind, that they'd had a nice conversation about books. She mentioned him again, maybe twice. He looked up. Do you think he hurt her? Detective Mercer didn't answer directly. Do you remember his name? She called him Ray. I don't know if that was his first or last name. The local HVAC companies had no record of service at Elena Walsh's address in the past year. No one named Ray or Raymond appeared in any of their employee records, but the shoe from the basement yielded a partial fingerprint, and the database returned a match. Raymond Cask, 53, with a record of breaking and entering in his 20s, nothing since. When they ran his driver's license, the photo showed a man with thinning gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like someone's harmless uncle. His current address was an apartment above a hardware store in Millville, 15 miles from Oak Ridge. Raymond Cask wasn't home when they arrived with a search warrant. His apartment was sparsely furnished but meticulously organized. Bookshelves lined one wall, the volumes arranged by author. In the kitchen, spices stood in alphabetical order. The refrigerator contained neatly labeled leftovers. In the bedroom closet, they found a shoebox containing newspaper clippings about local widows, obituaries of their husbands, announcements of community events they'd organized, human interest stories. Elena Walsh's photo appeared 3 times. And in the bathroom medicine cabinet, a bottle of prescription medication for schizophrenia. According to the label, the last refill had been 8 months ago. On day 5, they found Raymond Cask's blue sedan abandoned at Riverside Park, 3 miles from Elena's home. The trunk was empty except for a blanket and a small trace of soil. The soil matched samples from Elena's garden. That evening, Michael identified the shoe from Elena's basement as similar to a pair he'd seen his father wear. But Dad's been gone for 12 years, he said, confusion evident in his voice. All his things were donated after he died. A receipt in Raymond Cask's apartment led them to a self-storage facility on the outskirts of town. Unit 217 was rented under the name Daniel Walsh, Elena's deceased husband. Detective Mercer stood aside as the facility manager cut the lock. The metal door rolled up to reveal a space meticulously arranged to resemble a living room. A worn armchair sat beside a reading lamp. Bookshelves held volumes of poetry. On a small table, a framed photograph of Elena Walsh tending her garden, clearly taken without her knowledge. And on the wall, a calendar marked with red circles around specific dates spanning the last 6 months. The final circle was around yesterday's date, written in the margin in neat, precise handwriting. Bring her home. That night, officers found Raymond Cask sitting on a bench at the train station, holding a ticket to Boston, where Elena's daughter lived. He didn't resist arrest. In his pocket was a handkerchief that smelled of cinnamon. Where is Elena Walsh? Detective Mercer asked him in the interrogation room. Raymond looked confused. Elena, she's with Daniel now. His voice was soft, reasonable. That's what she wanted. And where is Daniel? Raymond smiled slightly. Daniel's been gone a long time, but he needed her. Elena understood. The search expanded to include the wooded areas around Oak Ridge. Cadaver dogs were brought in. Volunteers combed the forests and fields. Raymond Kask's psychiatric records revealed a diagnosis of delusional disorder with erotomania, the false belief that someone, often of higher social status, is in love with the patient. In Raymond's case, the delusion appeared to involve Eleanor Walsh, though the delusion had somehow incorporated her deceased husband as well. He believes he was helping them reunite, the psychiatrist explained. In his mind, it was an act of kindness. 7 days after Eleanor Walsh was reported missing, a groundskeeper at Hillview Cemetery noticed freshly disturbed earth near Daniel Walsh's grave. The soil had been carefully replaced and smoothed over, but morning dew revealed the subtle difference in texture. As the sun rose over the cemetery, police excavated the site. 6 feet down, next to Daniel Walsh's casket, they found Eleanor. Her body was wrapped in a quilt that matched the decor in Raymond Kask's storage unit. Her hands had been folded over her chest, holding a small metal bowl containing cinnamon sticks. The autopsy would later reveal that she died from an overdose of sleeping medication mixed into tea. There were no signs of struggle. In Raymond Kask's confession, delivered in calm, measured tones, he explained how he'd first met Eleanor when he delivered a package to her house by mistake, how they'd talked about books and gardening, how he'd seen the sadness behind her smile when she mentioned her late husband. She was incomplete without him, Raymond said. Anyone could see that. I just helped her go where she really wanted to be, with him. He described how he'd gained her trust over months, learning her routines, studying her husband's history. How he'd created the storage unit as a shrine to what he believed was their love story. How he'd begun leaving small gifts on her porch, cinnamon sticks tied with ribbon, pressed flowers, handwritten quotes from romantic poems attributed to messages from Daniel. She invited me in for tea that last day, he said, his voice betraying no emotion. She didn't know what I'd added to it. It was peaceful. When she fell asleep, I carried her downstairs. I needed to prepare her properly. The bowl in the basement, Detective Mercer asked. A ritual, Raymond replied. Daniel needed to recognize her when she arrived. A year later, Detective Mercer still drove past Eleanor Walsh's house occasionally. New owners had painted the shutters blue and planted different flowers in the garden. The neighborhood had moved on, the way neighborhoods always do. But sometimes, when the wind blew just right, she imagined she could still detect the faintest scent of cinnamon hanging in the air, sweet and ordinary, and in this place, forever wrong. In her desk drawer at the station, she kept a sealed evidence bag containing that shopping list from the basement beam. One word circled in red, him. A reminder that comfort and horror sometimes lived just below the surface of everyday life, separated by nothing more than a narrow wooden door and a belief in the ordinary. Crime 2, no envelopes, no boxes, just a pile of small white teeth wrapped in yellowed tissue paper. Some had initials scratched into the enamel, others were cracked clean in half. Mary Jenkins discovered them on a Tuesday morning in April 2018, the kind of spring day when the air in Cordell, Oklahoma still carried winter's chill. She'd been living in the 2-story colonial on Chestnut Avenue for nearly 3 months, but it wasn't until that morning that she finally got around to checking the rusted mailbox at the end of her long gravel driveway. The previous owners had their mail forwarded, and Mary preferred the convenience of online billing. The mailbox had become an afterthought, a relic from a different time. Mary was 32, a high school English teacher who had moved from Minneapolis after her divorce. She had chosen Cordell because property was cheap and because no one there knew her story, The miscarriages, the drinking, the restraining order her ex-husband had filed against her after she'd broken into his apartment one night just to see if he was sleeping with someone new. In Cordell, she could be whoever she wanted to be, a fresh start. When she pulled open the mailbox that Tuesday morning and saw the teeth, so many tiny teeth, she didn't scream. She didn't call the police. Instead, she carefully gathered the tissue-wrapped collection, brought it into her kitchen, and arranged the teeth in neat rows on her countertop. 23 in total. Some were pearly white, others stained yellow or brown, but they were all unmistakably children's teeth. I should have known better, she would later tell Detective Warren Howell. I should have called someone right away, but there was something about them, something that made me want to understand. The previous owners of the house on Chestnut Avenue were the Caldwells, Linda and Richard, both in their 70s when they sold the place. They had lived there for 42 years. Their 3 children had grown up in that house, had gone to the same school where Mary now taught. According to the neighbors, the Caldwells were quiet, kept to themselves. Their oldest son became a dentist in Oklahoma City. Their daughter moved to Seattle. Their youngest son, Peter, had died at 19 in what people referred to as an accident, though no one would elaborate when Mary asked. Detective Howell was 53, with deep lines around his eyes that suggested he'd seen more than his fair share of strange cases in Cordell, but even he seemed unsettled by the teeth. "You say you found these in your mailbox?" he asked Mary, examining one of the teeth under the kitchen light, just sitting there. "Yes," she said, like someone had been saving them for years. The detective nodded slowly. "And you've been here how long?" 3 months. And you're just now checking the mailbox." "I know it sounds weird," Mary admitted, "but I didn't think about it. Everything comes electronically now. I didn't even have a key for it until last week." Howell placed the tooth back on the counter, careful not to disturb the neat rows Mary had created. "I'm going to need to take these with me," he said finally, "and I'll need to ask you a few more questions." The investigation began quietly. Detective Howell contacted the Caldwells, who were now living in a retirement community in Tulsa. Linda Caldwell sounded confused when asked about the teeth. Richard Caldwell didn't remember much about the mailbox at all. He'd been diagnosed with early-stage dementia the previous year. Their dentist son, Dr. James Caldwell, was similarly perplexed. "Baby teeth," he repeated when Detective Howell called him. "In our old mailbox. That's disturbing. No, I don't have any idea who would put them there." The local newspaper ran a small story about the discovery. Mysterious teeth found in Chestnut Avenue mailbox. The article included a request for anyone with information to contact Detective Howell. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then, on a Friday afternoon in May, a woman named Elaine Winters walked into the police station. She was in her 60s, her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun. She had been Peter Caldwell's high school English teacher, she explained, before Mary had taken the position. And she had something to tell them about Peter and the teeth. Peter was troubled, she told Detective Howell and Mary, who had been called to the station at Elaine's request. Brilliant but troubled, he used to collect things, odd things, dead insects, bird skulls, and teeth. He was especially fascinated by teeth. According to Elaine, Peter had developed an unusual habit during his senior year. He would approach classmates and offer to buy their baby teeth, the ones their parents had saved from childhood. Most students laughed him off, but some, needing money for cigarettes or alcohol, would bring him their teeth in exchange for a few dollars. "I caught him one day," Elaine continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "He was in the back of the classroom carving something into a tooth with a needle. When I asked what he was doing, he said he was marking it, that it was important to keep track. Mary felt a chill run through her body. Did you ever ask why he was collecting them? Elaine nodded slowly. He said teeth were the only parts of us that lasted, that they were like little time capsules, each one containing a piece of someone's childhood. Detective Howell leaned forward. Ms. Winters, do you know what happened to Peter, the accident? Elaine's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't an accident, she said quietly. Not really. Peter hung himself in his bedroom, July 1988. His mother found him. There was a collection of teeth arranged in a circle on his desk, no note. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensic analysis revealed that the teeth weren't all from children. Some belonged to adults. More disturbing still, not all of them had been naturally shed. Several had been forcibly extracted, with tissue still attached to the roots. Detective Howell expanded his search. He looked into missing persons cases in the area from the late 1980s, around the time of Peter's death. There were 3: a 7-year-old boy who disappeared while walking home from school, a 16-year-old girl who vanished after a party, and a 32-year-old man who went missing after his night shift at the local factory. None of these cases had ever been solved. Meanwhile, Mary became increasingly obsessed with Peter Caldwell. She found his yearbook photo in the school archives, a thin, pale boy with intense eyes and a half-smile that didn't reach them. She discovered that he had been an honor student who wrote dark, disturbing poetry. His English teacher, Elaine, had kept some of his writings. I don't know why I saved them, Elaine admitted when Mary visited her home. They always unsettled me, but there was something beautiful about them too, a raw honesty. Mary read through Peter's poems. They were indeed disturbing, filled with imagery of decay, preservation, and memory. One in particular stood out. When skin falls away and flesh returns to earth, the teeth remain tiny monuments to what once was. I collect these small eternities, these calcified memories, each one a story, a secret, a sin. As summer approached, Mary began to notice strange occurrences in her home. Small objects would be misplaced. She would wake up feeling as though someone had been standing over her bed. Once, she found a single tooth on her pillow, one she was certain hadn't been part of the original collection. Detective Howell was skeptical of these developments. You're letting this get to you, he told Mary. Old houses make noises, things get misplaced. But Mary couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She began researching the Caldwell house's history more deeply. She discovered that before the Caldwells, the property had belonged to a dentist named Dr. Franklin Mercer, who had practiced in Cordell from 1921 until his death in 1956. Records indicated that Dr. Mercer had been known for his collection of dental anomalies, teeth with unusual formations, extra roots, rare conditions. When Mary shared this information with Detective Howell, he reluctantly agreed to bring in a forensic odontologist to examine the teeth more carefully. The specialist confirmed what Mary had begun to suspect. The collection spanned decades. Some of the teeth could be as old as the 1930s or 1940s, while others were much more recent. This isn't just about Peter Caldwell, Mary told Detective Howell. This goes back further, much further. In July, exactly 30 years after Peter's suicide, Mary received a letter. It was hand-delivered, slipped under her front door sometime during the night. The envelope contained a single sheet of paper with words cut from magazines and newspapers. The teeth remember what we choose to forget. Below the text was a crude drawing of a mailbox. Detective Howell increased patrols around Mary's house, but nothing unusual was observed. No fingerprints were found on the letter. The investigation seemed to be at a standstill. Then on a hot August afternoon, Mary was working in her garden when her shovel struck something hard. At first, she thought it was a rock, but as she cleared away the soil, she realized she had uncovered a small metal box about the size of a book. Inside the box were newspaper clippings dating back to the 1940s and 1950s. Most were about missing persons cases, children and adults who had disappeared from Cordell and surrounding towns. Tucked between the yellowed newspaper pages was a small leather-bound journal. The first entry was dated June 12, 1943. Today I acquired a most unusual specimen from the Miller boy. His central incisor shows remarkable signs of genetic abnormality. His parents believe he ran away to join the war effort. They will not look for him. The journal was signed F.M. Dr. Franklin Mercer. Mary's hands trembled as she called Detective Howell. The case broke open in September when construction workers, digging to lay new water lines near what had once been Dr. Mercer's home office, uncovered human remains. Not just one body, but 7, all buried beneath the concrete foundation. Forensic analysis would later confirm that each victim had teeth missing. As investigators pieced together the evidence, a disturbing narrative emerged. Dr. Franklin Mercer had been a collector of more than just dental anomalies. He had selected victims based on their unique dental features, extracted what he wanted, and buried the evidence beneath his office. When the Caldwells purchased the property years later, they had no knowledge of what lay beneath. But their youngest son, Peter, somehow discovered Dr. Mercer's journal and teeth collection hidden in the walls or floors of the old house. Rather than reporting his findings, Peter had become fascinated, eventually continuing the macabre collection himself. But what about the teeth in Mary's mailbox? Who had placed them there decades after both Dr. Mercer and Peter Caldwell had died? This question remained unanswered until October, when James Caldwell, Peter's older brother, the dentist, committed suicide in his Oklahoma City home. In his suicide note, he confessed to finding his brother's collection after Peter's death. James had been cleaning out Peter's room when he discovered the teeth and the journal entries detailing where Peter had obtained them. "I couldn't bear to destroy them," James wrote in his final letter. "They were a part of Peter, the only part I had left, so I hid them away, but they called to me year after year. I began to understand Peter's fascination. I began to collect my own. When we sold the house, I couldn't leave them behind, but I couldn't take them with me either, so I returned them to where they belonged." The case of the teeth in the mailbox was officially closed, but Mary Jenkins couldn't stay in the house on Chestnut Avenue. She moved away from Cordell before Christmas, leaving no forwarding address. The house remained empty for nearly a year before a young couple purchased it, attracted by the substantially reduced price. They renovated extensively, replacing everything, including the old rusted mailbox at the end of the driveway. 3 months after moving in, the new owners reported finding small objects missing from their home. Small, precious things, baby shoes, locks of hair from their daughter's first haircut, and most disturbing of all, their 5-year-old son's recently lost tooth, which had been placed under his pillow for the tooth fairy. It had vanished overnight, replaced by a yellowed piece of tissue paper. Detective Howell, now retired, still drives past the house on Chestnut Avenue occasionally. He never stops, he never gets out of his car. But sometimes, when the light hits the new mailbox just right, He could swear he sees something white gleaming inside, small and sharp and waiting to be discovered. Crime 3. In the quiet suburb of Millfield, Connecticut, Alina Mercer had always been known for her attention to detail. A retired architect at 62, she had channeled her professional precision into crafting dollhouses, intricate miniatures that captured every element of their real-life counterparts. Her workshop occupied the sunroom of her Victorian home, where natural light streamed through bay windows, illuminating her meticulous work. Alina lived alone since her husband passed away 5 years earlier. Her daughter, Cassandra, lived just 20 minutes away with her husband and their 8-year-old son, Theo. They visited every Sunday, a tradition that provided structure to Alina's increasingly isolated life. It was Cassandra who first noticed something unusual about her mother's latest project. Alina had been working on it for almost 7 months, an exact replica of her own Victorian home, down to the faded blue paint on the porch swing and the slight crack in the third step leading to the front door. The dollhouse featured every room, the kitchen with its vintage appliances, the living room with miniature versions of family photographs, and the upstairs bedrooms with tiny quilts that matched their life-sized counterparts. But one room remained sealed off, Alina's late husband's study on the second floor. When Cassandra asked about it, Alina's response was uncharacteristically brusque. "That room isn't finished yet," she said, quickly changing the subject. Cassandra mentioned this to Detective Marcus Reed 3 weeks later as they stood in the foyer of Alina's house. The detective made a note in his small black notebook, his face betraying nothing, but Cassandra could tell he found this detail significant, just as she had. Alina Mercer had been missing for 4 days. The investigation began on a Monday morning when Alina failed to answer her phone. 3 calls from Cassandra went straight to voicemail. This wasn't like Alina, who kept her phone charged and within reach at all times, a habit formed after her husband's sudden heart attack years earlier. When Cassandra drove to the house, she found her mother's car in the driveway, the front door unlocked, and a cup of tea gone cold on the kitchen counter. "Nothing seemed disturbed," Cassandra explained to Detective Reed, "but my mother would never leave her tea unfinished. She was particular about things like that." Detective Reed surveyed the kitchen with measured eyes. Was anything else out of place? Anything at all? Cassandra shook her head, then paused. Just the dollhouse. It was turned to face the wall. Mom always displayed her work proudly. She would never turn it away like that. They walked to the sunroom together. The miniature Victorian stood on a table by the window, its detailed facade now facing the wall as if it were in timeout. Detective Reed circled it slowly. "May I?" he asked, gesturing to turn it around. When he rotated the dollhouse, they both saw it. The study door, previously sealed shut, was now open. Inside the tiny room, positioned in the corner, was a small figure slumped against the wall. It wasn't like the other dolls in the house, which were painted with smiling faces and rosy cheeks. This figure had been crafted with disturbing detail, pallid skin, limp posture, and eyes painted completely black. "That wasn't there before," Cassandra whispered, her voice catching. "And that's not how my mother makes her dolls." Detective Reed leaned closer to examine the figure. "This is recent work. The glue here is still tacky." What followed was a systematic search of the house. Officers photographed every room, cataloged items, and looked for signs of forced entry or struggle. They found none. Alina's purse, keys, and phone were all in the house. Her medication was in the bathroom cabinet. Her bed was made. It wasn't until they reached the real-life version of the study, Aliner's late husband's room, largely untouched since his death, that they discovered something unusual. The room was colder than the rest of the house by several degrees. "The floor," said Officer Jensen, who had been measuring the room dimensions. "It's not level." Further investigation revealed that a section of the hardwood floor had subtly collapsed about an inch lower than the rest, forming a gentle depression in the center of the room. The house was old, but this wasn't normal settling. Meanwhile, neighbors were interviewed. Most had little to report. Aliner was private but friendly, they said. She collected her mail daily, tended to her garden on Thursdays, and occasionally exchanged pleasantries over the fence. No one had noticed anything unusual in the days before her disappearance, except for Mrs. Abernathy from across the street. A retiree with insomnia, she often sat by her window late into the night. There was a van, she told Detective Reed, dark-colored, parked down the street for 3 nights in a row, never seen it before. Then it was gone the same day Aliner disappeared. "Did you see anyone get in or out of the van?" Reed asked. "Just once a man, couldn't see his face, but he was tall, walked with a purpose. Headed toward Aliner's street, not directly to her house. Thought maybe he was visiting the Harrises down the block." This lead prompted a canvass of the wider neighborhood, but no one else had noticed the van. Security cameras were sparse in the older community, and those that existed had limited range. The investigation broadened to include Aliner's past, her work history, financial records, social connections. A week into the investigation, Cassandra was sorting through her mother's papers when she found a series of letters hidden in a hollowed-out book. They were from someone named Thomas, dated 5 months before Aliner's husband died. Their content suggested an intimate relationship. "I never knew about any Thomas," Cassandra told Detective Reed, her voice tight with confusion. "She was devoted to my father. This doesn't make sense." The letters were poetic, intense, speaking of a connection that transcended ordinary relationships. The final letter ended abruptly. "Aliner, what we've discovered changes everything. We need to be careful now. Some things aren't meant to be found." Thomas Hargrove was eventually identified as a former colleague of Aliner's from her architecture firm. He had moved away from Connecticut 6 years ago. When contacted by police, he seemed genuinely shocked by Aliner's disappearance. "We were close once," he admitted over the phone. "We discovered some structural anomalies in old Victorian homes in the area. Aliner became obsessed with the patterns, thought they meant something. I indulged her for a while, but it got too strange. That's partly why I left." 2 weeks after Aliner went missing, Cassandra brought Theo to the house to collect some of his grandmother's dollhouse supplies for a school project. While Cassandra was upstairs gathering materials, Theo wandered into the sunroom. The dollhouse stood where it had been, but now something was different. "Mom," Theo called, his voice wavering. "The little grandma doll is inside now." Cassandra rushed downstairs. Inside the dollhouse, in the miniature living room, stood a perfect replica of Aliner. It hadn't been there during the police search. The figure was positioned looking out the dollhouse window, her tiny painted face serene. When Detective Reed arrived to document this development, he made another discovery. The depression in the study floor had deepened considerably. A structural engineer was called, and ground-penetrating radar revealed what appeared to be a space beneath the floor, a small room not included in the house's original blueprints. The following day, as workers carefully removed the floorboards, the study floor collapsed entirely. revealing a hidden chamber below. It was just large enough for a person to stand in, with walls lined with faded papers, architectural drawings, news clippings about the house's original owner, and complex calculations. In the center of this secret room lay Aliner's journal. The final entry read, "I've found the pattern. It exists in all these old houses, hidden spaces created for purposes long forgotten. Thomas thought I was being paranoid, but I've proven it now. The dollhouse shows what the eye can't see. I've sealed off the study in my miniature because I know what's there. Tonight, I'll open the real one." Aliner Mercer was never found. The investigation continued, but leads grew cold. The hidden room yielded no forensic evidence beyond the journal and papers. No body, no blood, no signs of violence. Just an empty space that, according to the original house plans, shouldn't have existed at all. Cassandra eventually moved her family into her mother's house, unable to sell it, but also unwilling to let it stand empty. She kept the dollhouse, though she covered it with a cloth after noticing that occasionally the tiny Aliner figure seemed to move from room to room on its own. In the years that followed, 3 more homeowners in Millfield discovered hidden rooms in their Victorian houses. None contained any traces of Aliner Mercer, but in each, investigators found a small, handcrafted doll with black eyes seated in the corner facing the wall. The case of Aliner Mercer remains officially classified as an unsolved disappearance. Detective Reed, now retired, still keeps her file box in his home office. Sometimes, late at night, he takes out the photographs of the dollhouse and studies them under a magnifying glass, looking for details he might have missed. The tiny figure with black eyes stares back at him from the photographs, its expression unreadable. And sometimes, when the light hits the photo just right, Reed swears he can see something reflected in those painted eyes, another room in another house, where an elderly woman sits alone, still working on her miniatures, crafting perfect tiny replicas of places no one else can see. Crime 4, every other page was neat, orderly, signed with a name they recognized. But the alternating entries were erratic, frantic, with words scratched out violently. Some pages were glued together. When separated, a message appeared across the split paper. "She doesn't know I'm still inside." Rebecca Linden was known in Pinewood, Oregon as the quiet librarian with an infectious laugh that rarely made an appearance. At 32, she lived alone in a small cottage-style home on Maple Street, the kind with blue shutters and a white picket fence that seemed pulled from a storybook. Her colleagues at the Pinewood Public Library described her as meticulous, organized to a fault, the type of person who color-coded her calendar and labeled her lunch containers by day of the week. She had moved to Pinewood 7 years ago, in the fall of 2017, leaving behind her life in Seattle for reasons she never fully explained. Those who tried to probe were met with a polite smile and a gentle change of subject. Rebecca kept a respectful distance from most people, though she was unfailingly kind. The children who visited the library for story hour adored her dramatic readings and the way she changed her voice for each character. Her brother Daniel, who lived 3 hours away in Portland, spoke with her every Sunday at precisely 7 p.m. These calls were a ritual neither would break. When she didn't answer on October 12, 2024, he waited 15 minutes before calling again. By the 3rd attempt, a heaviness had settled in his chest. Rebecca was never late, and she never missed their calls. Something was wrong. Daniel made the drive to Pinewood that night, arriving at Rebecca's home just after 11 p.m. The lights were on in the living room. Her car sat in the driveway. He knocked, called her name, then used the spare key she'd given him for emergencies. Inside, everything appeared normal. The kitchen was spotless. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table, still faintly warm. Rebecca's phone lay beside it, showing 3 missed calls from him. But Rebecca was nowhere to be found. The local police were reluctant to consider it a missing persons case so soon. Adults have the right to disappear for a while, Officer Pete Donnelly told Daniel the next morning, his voice tinged with practiced patience. Your sister's belongings are still here. No signs of struggle. She probably just stepped out. Without her phone, without her car, Daniel's voice cracked. You don't understand. Rebecca doesn't just step out. She plans, she notifies, she's never spontaneous. It was Officer Donnelly who first noticed the journal, a leather-bound book on Rebecca's immaculately organized desk, open to an entry dated the previous day. She kept a journal, he asked, lifting it carefully by the edges. I don't know, Daniel admitted, realizing how much of his sister's daily life remained a mystery to him despite their weekly calls. The journal entry from October 11th was written in Rebecca's neat, controlled handwriting. Dr. Matthews increased my medication today. She says the headaches might be stress-related, but she wants to rule out anything neurological. The MRI is scheduled for next week. I keep telling her about the lost time, but she doesn't seem concerned. Yesterday I found dishes in the sink I don't remember using. The strange thing is, I'm sleeping better than I have in years. Officer Donnelly flipped to the next page, dated October 12th, the day Rebecca disappeared. The handwriting was noticeably different, jagged, pressed hard into the paper, with several words underlined multiple times. She doesn't understand what's happening, blind to the truth. The others are watching the house again. Third car today, black sedan. License starts with HYK. They know I've seen them. Rebecca wants to ignore it all. Stupid. I won't let them take us. I won't. Daniel stared at the page. That's not Rebecca's handwriting. The investigation shifted that day. Rebecca's home was processed as a potential crime scene. Neighbors were interviewed. No one had seen a black sedan. No one had noticed anything unusual about Rebecca's behavior in the days leading up to her disappearance. It was Rebecca's colleague Marion who provided the first real clue. She'd been different lately, Marion told Detective Sarah Kendrick, who had taken over the case. Some days she was herself, quiet, reserved. Other days she was, I don't know how to describe it, more animated. She'd laugh at things that weren't particularly funny. She wore brighter colors. Even her voice seemed different. Detective Kendrick ordered a careful examination of the journal. What they discovered was disturbing. The journal went back 6 months. Every other entry was written in Rebecca's handwriting, signed neatly with RL at the bottom. The alternating entries were in the aggressive, chaotic script, and these were signed with a different initial, A. Some pages had been glued together. When forensics carefully separated them, they found messages written across the split pages, visible only when the pages were pulled apart. She doesn't know I'm still inside on one set. They're watching through the windows on another. I saved us once before. I'll do it again on a third. Dr. Emily Matthews, Rebecca's psychiatrist, initially refused to discuss her patient, citing confidentiality. When presented with a warrant, she revealed that Rebecca had been seeing her for 3 years for anxiety and occasional panic attacks. There was never any indication of dissociative identity disorder, if that's what you're suggesting, Dr. Matthews said firmly. Rebecca was always lucid, always present. But the headaches had started 4 months ago, the episodes of lost time shortly after. On the 7th day of Rebecca's disappearance, Daniel received a text message from an unknown number. I'm protecting her. A. The police traced the message to a prepaid phone purchased with cash at a convenience store 30 miles from Pinewood. Security footage showed a woman who looked remarkably like Rebecca, but her posture was different, more confident, almost strutting. She wore a bright red jacket Daniel had never seen before. 2 days later, Rebecca's credit card was used at a motel in Seaside, a small coastal town about 2 hours from Pinewood. By the time police arrived, the room was empty, but they found something on the bathroom mirror, words written in lipstick. "Stop looking, she's safe with me." The investigation uncovered fragments of Rebecca's past that Daniel had never known. 7 years ago, before moving to Pinewood, Rebecca had been the sole survivor of a home invasion in Seattle. Her roommate had been killed. Rebecca had hidden in a closet for hours, listening to the intruders ransack their apartment. She was found catatonic, unable to speak for days. The trauma, Detective Kendrick theorized, had never fully healed. Perhaps the stress, the headaches, had triggered something dormant. Perhaps A had been born in that closet in Seattle, a protector, a survivor, a part of Rebecca that knew how to fight when Rebecca herself only knew how to hide. 3 weeks after her disappearance, Rebecca walked into the Pinewood police station on her own. She wore clothes no one recognized, dark jeans, a leather jacket, boots with heavy soles. Her hair, normally pulled back in a neat ponytail, hung loose around her shoulders. She asked to speak with Detective Kendrick. "I know you've been looking for me," she said, her voice steadier than anyone had ever heard it. "I'm safe. I've always been safe." When asked about the journal about A, Rebecca's expression changed subtly. Her posture shifted. "We protected each other," she said, a new edge to her voice. "There was never any danger except the danger of being separated." The psychological evaluation that followed was inconclusive. Rebecca, or perhaps more accurately, the person who now inhabited Rebecca's body, insisted there was no dissociative disorder. "We integrated," she explained to Dr. Matthews in a monitored session. "Rebecca was afraid of everything. I was afraid of nothing. Now we're balanced." The journal entries continued, but the handwriting gradually evolved into something that was neither Rebecca's neat script nor A's chaotic scrawl. Something in between, more confident than Rebecca's had been, more controlled than A's had been. The case remains officially unsolved. No charges were ever filed. Rebecca returned to her job at the library, though she requested a transfer from Children's Services to the Archives Department. She still calls Daniel every Sunday, though now at 8 p.m. instead of 7. She sounds different, he says, not better or worse, just different. The journal was returned to her after the investigation closed. In her last recorded interview with Detective Kendrick, Rebecca, or perhaps A, or perhaps someone new entirely, said something that continues to haunt those familiar with the case. "Everyone talks about missing persons. Nobody talks about missing pieces. Sometimes the only way to become whole is to leave parts of yourself behind." The last confirmed sighting of the black sedan with the license plate beginning with HYK was 3 days after Rebecca returned. It idled outside her home for 17 minutes before driving away. It has never been identified. Rebecca insists she doesn't remember mentioning any such vehicle. Some nights, residents of Maple Street report seeing Rebecca's silhouette in her window, writing in what appears to be a journal. Sometimes the light stays on until dawn. Sometimes the curtains remain drawn for days. Daniel still visits once a month. He says his sister seems happier now, though he chooses his words carefully when they speak. The journal was written in 2 handwritings. Now there is only one. Crime 5, not initials, full names, deeply etched into the wood along the underside. None belong to the current or past owners. When they cross-referenced them, 6 matched people listed as missing. The 7th name was unfamiliar, until the family dog refused to go near the chair it was carved beneath. Rebecca Wilson had always wanted a home with history. At 42, recently divorced, she finally found what she was looking for, a 1920s craftsman bungalow in the quiet town of Oakwood, Pennsylvania. The house sat on Mulberry Lane, a tree-lined street where children still played outdoors until dusk. The realtor mentioned the property had been vacant for almost 18 months, but the price reflected that. Rebecca didn't mind. She saw potential in the worn hardwood floors and original built-ins. Her 16-year-old daughter Lily was less enthusiastic. "It smells like old people," she complained, scrolling through her phone as Rebecca unlocked the front door for the first time as homeowners. Their golden retriever, Cooper, bounded past them, sniffing excitedly at every corner of their new territory. "It smells like character," Rebecca corrected, running her hand along the dining room table that had been included with the house. It was solid oak, heavy enough that the previous owners had left it behind. 8 matching chairs surrounded it. The warm afternoon light streamed through dusty windows, dancing across the polished surface. Rebecca could already imagine Sunday dinners here, maybe even holidays with family gathering around. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Martin and Alina Bishop, had moved to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren. Rebecca had never met them, all negotiations handled through their son, who seemed eager to finalize the sale. "They're ready to downsize," the realtor had explained. "The house has just become too much for them." The first few weeks passed in a blur of unpacking boxes and making the space their own. Lily enrolled in the local high school, Rebecca started her remote marketing job, and Cooper claimed the sunspot in the living room as his domain. Each room slowly transformed with their possessions, except for the dining room, which Rebecca left largely untouched. There was something about the solid oak table and matching chairs that felt right just as they were. It was a Tuesday evening in late September when Rebecca first noticed Cooper's strange behavior. She'd been working late, hunched over her laptop at the dining room table, when Cooper began whining at the doorway, refusing to enter. "What's wrong, boy?" she called, but he only paced nervously, occasionally emitting a low growl. Rebecca chalked it up to him wanting a walk and returned to her spreadsheets. The next morning, however, he exhibited the same behavior, barking insistently when Lily attempted to do homework at the table. "Your dog is freaking out again," Lily called. "Maybe he sees a ghost." She laughed, but Rebecca noticed her daughter glancing uneasily around the room. That weekend, while cleaning, Rebecca decided to polish the dining table. As she worked, she noticed small irregularities on the underside of the tabletop. Kneeling down, she ran her fingers along the wood and felt distinct indentations. She retrieved her phone and turned on the flashlight. What she saw made her breath catch. Names, not crude scratchings, but carefully carved letters forming complete names, ran along the underside of the table's edge. Each name appeared to be positioned beneath a specific chair. Michael Davalos, Jennifer Crane, Thomas Wheeler, Sarah Abernathy, Kevin Morris, Elaine Fontaine, Andrea Levine. 7 names, 7 chairs. The 8th chair, positioned at the head of the table where Rebecca usually sat, had no name beneath it. Rebecca photographed each name with her phone, fingers trembling slightly. That evening, after Lily had gone to bed, she sat on the couch with her laptop and began searching each name along with Oakwood, Pennsylvania. The first search hit made her stomach drop. Michael Davalos, 27, had been reported missing in Oakwood in 2012. No leads, no body ever found. The article mentioned he'd last been seen leaving a bar on Main Street, just 6 blocks from Rebecca's house. Jennifer Crane, 35, disappeared in 2014 while jogging in Memorial Park, less than a mile away. Thomas Wheeler, 41, vanished in 2015 after telling his wife he was meeting a client about a house renovation. Sarah Abernathy, 22, a college student, never returned to her apartment after a study session in 2016. Kevin Morris, 38, a traveling salesman, checked into the local motel in 2018 but was never seen checking out. Elaine Fontaine, 44, was reported missing in 2020 after failing to pick up her son from soccer practice. 6 missing persons, all adults, all from Oakwood, all without resolution. But the 7th name, Andrea Levine, yielded no results related to a missing person. Rebecca closed her laptop, her mind racing. She considered calling the police but hesitated. What would she say? That she found names carved under her dining table and 6 of them matched missing persons cases. They might think she was disturbed or worse, involved somehow. The next morning, Rebecca found herself studying the table with new eyes. It looked so innocuous in the daylight, its surface gleaming with the polish she'd applied. She ran her hand along the wood, wondering who had carved those names and why. The previous owners, the elderly Bishops, had lived in the house for over 30 years according to the realtor. Had they known about the names? Had they carved them themselves? Rebecca decided to contact the realtor, asking if she could get in touch with the Bishop's son. 2 days later, she received a phone call. "Hello, this is Daniel Bishop," a man's voice said. "My realtor said you had questions about the house." Rebecca hesitated, then decided on a less alarming approach. "Yes, thank you for calling back. I was wondering about the dining table that was left in the house. It's beautiful, and I was curious about its history." There was a pause on the line. The table, it's been in the house since before my parents bought it in 1989. They liked it so much they asked to include it in the sale. Is there a problem with it? No problem, Rebecca assured him. I just noticed some carving underneath, names. The silence that followed lasted so long that Rebecca thought they'd been disconnected. "Mr. Bishop." "My father mentioned those once," Daniel finally said, his voice noticeably tighter. "Said the previous owner told him it was some kind of art project. Dad was superstitious about removing them, said it might bring bad luck. Is that all you needed?" Before Rebecca could ask any further questions, Daniel excused himself and ended the call. That night, Rebecca couldn't sleep. She found herself drawn to the dining room at 2 a.m., staring at the table in the dim light from the street lamp outside. Cooper followed her but stopped at the threshold, whining softly. "It's okay, boy," she whispered, but he wouldn't enter. Rebecca knelt down and looked at the names again. Who were these people? Why were their names carved here? And why did 6 of them match missing persons? The next day she called in sick to work and drove to the local library. The librarian, a gray-haired woman named Mrs. Pearson, was helpful when Rebecca asked about local history and newspaper archives. "Researching your new home," Mrs. Pearson asked with a smile. "Something like that," Rebecca replied. Hours later, surrounded by microfiche printouts and local history books, Rebecca had assembled a timeline. The house on Mulberry Lane had changed hands several times before the Bishops purchased it in 1989. From 1978 to 1989, it had been owned by a man named Walter Levine. Walter Levine, the surname matched the 7th name under the table, Andrea Levine. Further digging revealed that Walter had been a high school history teacher, well respected in the community. He'd lived alone in the house after his wife died in childbirth in 1976. Their daughter, Andrea, had been raised by Walter's sister in Pittsburgh. According to an obituary, Walter had died in 1989 of a heart attack, which explained why the Bishops had been able to purchase the house that year. What the obituary didn't explain was why Andrea Levine's name was carved beneath a chair at a table where 6 other people, all eventually reported missing, also had their names inscribed. Rebecca made copies of everything she found, her hands shaking slightly as she fed quarters into the copy machine. On her way out, she paused at the reference desk. "Mrs. Pearson, do you remember Walter Levine? He taught history at the high school." The librarian's smile faltered slightly. "Oh yes, Mr. Levine. Brilliant man, but troubled after his wife's passing. He kept to himself mostly. Why do you ask?" "I live in his old house now," Rebecca said, "just curious about its history." Mrs. Pearson nodded. He was always hosting dinner parties in the later years for adults, not students. Said it helped with the loneliness. Dinner parties around that table. That evening, Rebecca sat alone in her kitchen, Cooper lying protectively at her feet. Lily was at a friend's house for dinner. The copies from the library were spread across the kitchen counter, deliberately not the dining room table, which Rebecca had begun to avoid. She studied a photocopy of a community newsletter from 1986. Walter Levine had been featured in an article about local educators. The black and white photo showed him standing proudly next to a dining table, the same one now in Rebecca's house. The caption read, "Walter Levine prepares for one of his famous dinner gatherings where local history comes alive." Rebecca's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Please stop asking questions about Walter Levine and the table. Some things should stay buried. Daniel Bishop." Rebecca stared at the message, her heart pounding. She hadn't told Daniel she was researching Walter Levine. How did he know? The sound of the front door opening made her jump. Lily called out, "Mom, I'm home." Cooper barked once, then fell silent as Lily entered the kitchen. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" Lily asked, flipping on the light. She glanced at the papers spread across the counter. "What's all this?" Rebecca hesitated, then decided her daughter deserved to know. She explained what she'd found, the names under the table, the missing persons, Walter Levine, and now Daniel Bishop's warning. Lily listened, her expression shifting from skepticism to concern. "Mom, this is seriously creepy. We should call the police." "And tell them what? That I found carved names that match missing persons cases from years ago. That the previous owner's son sent me a cryptic text. They'll think I'm making things up." "Then we should move," Lily said firmly. "This is horror movie stuff." Rebecca sighed. "We can't just move, honey. We sank everything into this house." That night, Rebecca dreamed of sitting at the dining table, but in her dream, she wasn't alone. 7 people sat with her, their faces pleasant but their eyes vacant. They passed dishes of food, laughed at appropriate moments, and complimented the meal. But whenever Rebecca tried to stand to leave the table, they would all turn to her simultaneously, their expressions hardening. "Dinner isn't over," they would say in unison. And beneath the table, she felt something sharp repeatedly etching into her skin. She woke with a gasp at 3:17 a.m., heart racing. Cooper was standing by her bed, whining urgently. Rebecca heard it then, the sound of a chair being pulled across the floor downstairs. Cooper growled, the hair along his spine standing up. Rebecca reached for her phone with trembling fingers and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? A dispatcher's voice answered. There's someone in my house, Rebecca whispered. 1842 Mulberry Lane. She was told to stay put, that officers were on their way. Rebecca clutched Cooper's collar, listening intently. No further sounds came from downstairs. When the police arrived minutes later, they found no signs of an intruder. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. The dining room was undisturbed, the chairs all neatly pushed in around the table. Maybe it was just the house settling, the officer suggested kindly. These old places make all kinds of noises. Rebecca nodded, not mentioning the names under the table or her research. The officer left, promising to have patrols drive by regularly for the next few nights. The next day, Rebecca called a furniture appraiser, claiming she wanted to know the value of the antique table. When he arrived, she asked casually about removing it. "I'd be happy to take it off your hands," the appraiser said enthusiastically after examining it. "It's a beautiful piece, early 1900s craftsmanship. Don't see many like this anymore." Rebecca felt a weight lifting. How soon could you take it? "I could send my guys with a truck tomorrow," he offered. That night, Rebecca slept soundly for the first time in days. In the morning, she prepared the dining room, moving small furniture pieces out of the way to create a clear path for the movers. At noon, her phone rang. It was the appraiser. "Mrs. Wilson, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm going to have to back out of our arrangement." Why?" Rebecca demanded. "I received some information about that table. I can't ethically purchase it or broker its sale." His voice was strained. "What information?" Rebecca pressed. "Please, I need to know." "I got an anonymous email with newspaper clippings about missing persons in Oakwood, and a warning that the table is evidence. I forwarded everything to the police. I'm sorry, but I can't be involved." He hung up. Rebecca stood in the dining room, staring at the table. Evidence. But of what exactly, and who was working so hard to keep it in her house? That afternoon, while Lily was at school, Rebecca made a decision. She dragged each chair away from the table and flipped it over, photographing the name carved beneath each one. Then she began a systematic examination of the entire table, not just the underside of the top, but the legs, the apron, the corner braces. It was underneath the table's central support beam that she found it, a small compartment expertly crafted to blend with the wood. A hidden drawer. Using a butter knife, Rebecca managed to pry it open. Inside was a small leather-bound book, Walter Levine's journal. With trembling hands, Rebecca opened it. The entries began in 1983 and continued until 1989, the year of Walter's death. Many entries were mundane, school matters, bills, home repairs, but scattered throughout were disturbing passages about his dinner guests and how they had joined his collection. Rebecca read with growing horror as Walter described in clinical detail how he had selected each victim, gained their trust, invited them to dinner, and then the passages became more disturbing, poisoned them with a paralytic agent that kept them conscious but immobile. He wrote about keeping them in his basement, about preparing them to become one with the table. The final journal entry, dated 3 days before Walter's recorded death, mentioned Andrea. "My daughter arrives tomorrow. She doesn't understand my work, my art. She threatens to expose everything. I've set her place at the table. The family will finally be complete." Rebecca dropped the journal, her mind reeling. Walter hadn't died of a heart attack. Andrea had never returned to Pittsburgh. The seventh name, her name, carved beneath the chair. With shaking hands, Rebecca called the police. This time, she had evidence they couldn't ignore. 3 days later, forensic teams had thoroughly examined the house. Ground-penetrating radar revealed disturbed soil in the basement floor. When they broke through the concrete, they found human remains, 7 sets, each carefully arranged in the dirt beneath the foundation. The small town of Oakwood was rocked by the discoveries. National news crews descended on Mulberry Lane. The families of the missing finally had answers, though they were far from comforting. Rebecca and Lily moved into a hotel while the investigation continued. They never spent another night in the house on Mulberry Lane. Eventually, they relocated to another state, wanting to leave behind the horrific discoveries and the whispers that followed them around town. The table was taken as evidence, its dark history now a matter of public record. Years later, it sits in a police evidence warehouse, the names still carved beneath, a memorial to those who came to dinner but never left. Sometimes in her dreams, Rebecca still sees that dining room, the table set for 8, with 7 chairs occupied and one at the head of the table, waiting for her to take her place. Crime 6, Morgan Kane had always been meticulous about details. As an architectural draftsman, the 42-year-old spent his days ensuring that lines met at perfect angles and that measurements were precise down to the millimeter. His colleagues at Harmon and Associates in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, described him as thorough, even obsessive, but they also acknowledged that this quality made him exceptional at his job. Morgan lived alone in a modest 2-story colonial on Oak Ridge Lane, a quiet suburban street lined with similar homes built in the late 1970s. His house was nearly identical to his neighbor's, the same brick facade, the same sloped roof, the same basic floor plan mirrored. His daily routine rarely varied: coffee at 6:15 a.m., out the door by 7:30, home by 6:00 p.m., dinner while watching the evening news, then work on personal projects until bedtime at 11:00 p.m. sharp. On weekends, Morgan indulged in his hobby of amateur photography, often capturing architectural details around town. It was during one such session, on a crisp October afternoon in 2019, that he first noticed something peculiar about his neighbor's house. From his second-floor office window, which faced the side of the Hardings' home next door, he could see directly into what appeared to be another window. Same white trim, same divided panes, but something felt off. The Hardings, Thomas, Linda, and their teenage son Jacob had lived next door for nearly 8 years. Pleasant but private, they exchanged holiday cards and occasional small talk about lawn care with Morgan, but little else. Their house mirrored Morgan's in layout, which he knew well, having reviewed the subdivision plans years earlier for a zoning project at work. It was during a late-night work session, when Morgan was cross-referencing his neighborhood's original blueprints for a historical preservation project, that he discovered the discrepancy. According to the plans, there shouldn't be a room where he saw the window. That section of the Hardings' home should have been solid wall, backing up to their central heating system. At first, Morgan dismissed it as a simple error in the blueprints. Modifications happened, perhaps the Hardings had renovated, but curiosity gnawed at him and he began observing the window more carefully. Sometimes, late at night, he would see a faint light behind the curtains, though he could never make out anyone inside. Once he thought he saw the curtain move, just slightly, as if disturbed by a passing figure. On the morning of November 17th, Morgan decided to satisfy his curiosity. He called in sick to work, something he hadn't done in 3 years, and waited until after Thomas left for his job at the local credit union and Linda departed for her shift at the hospital where she worked as a nurse. Jacob would be at school until late afternoon. Using his neighborly familiarity as cover, Morgan knocked on the front door just to be certain no one was home. When no one answered, he walked around to the side of the house, examining the exterior wall where the mysterious window should be. From outside, there was no window, just uninterrupted brick. Morgan stood there, confusion clouding his face, comparing what he saw with what he knew he'd observed from his own window 100 times. That evening, Morgan called Thomas Harding, fabricating a concern about a potential water leak near their property line. Thomas invited him over to discuss it, and Morgan seized the opportunity to glance at the house's interior. As Thomas led him through the ground floor, everything seemed normal, but Morgan maneuvered the conversation to suggest checking upstairs. "I think the issue might be related to the second floor," Morgan said, his voice betraying nothing of his true curiosity. Thomas hesitated briefly before leading him upstairs. Morgan scanned the hallway, mentally mapping the floor plan. The space where the window room should have been was simply not there. Where Morgan expected to find a door, there was only a linen closet with a wall behind it, a wall that, according to Morgan's observations, should have had a window. "Is something wrong?" Thomas asked, noticing Morgan's confused expression. "No, just trying to visualize where the water might be coming from," Morgan replied, quickly recovering. Later that night, Morgan stood in his darkened office, staring out his window at the window that shouldn't exist. The light behind the curtains was on, casting a soft glow. As he watched, a shadow moved across the curtain, a distinct human silhouette. 3 days later, Morgan failed to show up for work. After several unanswered calls, his supervisor contacted the police to conduct a wellness check. Officer Danielle Reed knocked on Morgan's door at 2:17 p.m. When no one answered, she peered through windows and found nothing amiss but contacted dispatch for backup before making entry. Inside, the house was immaculate. Nothing seemed out of place. Morgan's car was in the garage, his wallet and keys on the kitchen counter. His coffee cup from that morning sat half empty beside his computer, which was still on, displaying blueprints of his neighborhood. Officer Reed and her partner searched the entire house, finding no signs of struggle or forced entry. It was only when they entered Morgan's office that they noticed something unusual. His camera was set up on a tripod, pointed directly at the side window. Reviewing the camera's memory card, they found dozens of photos of the neighboring house's exterior wall, the one with no window, and several shots taken from Morgan's window showing the window that supposedly didn't exist. The most disturbing image was the last one taken, a clear shot through both windows, capturing what appeared to be a room with bare walls, a single chair, and what looked like architectural drawings pinned to the wall. The timestamp showed it was taken at 3:24 a.m., just hours before Morgan disappeared. Detective Samuel Larson took over the case, first interviewing the Hardings. Thomas and Linda appeared genuinely shocked by Morgan's disappearance and confused by his apparent obsession with their home's layout. They allowed a full search of their residence. "There's no room there," Thomas insisted, showing Detective Larson the linen closet. "There's never been a room there." The search confirmed the Harding statements. The space where Morgan believed there should be a room was indeed just a wall backing up to ductwork. No hidden doors, no concealed spaces. Yet when Detective Larson stood in Morgan's office that evening, he saw exactly what Morgan had described. A window directly across from Morgan's, with curtains identical to those in the rest of the Harding house. Puzzled, Larson returned to the Hardings' home the next day with a building inspector. They meticulously measured and examined every inch of the upper floor. The measurements confirmed what the blueprints showed. There simply wasn't space for another room where the window appeared to be. The case took an even more troubling turn when Larson decided to examine the exterior wall of the Hardings' home more closely. Standing in the exact spot where Morgan had taken his photos, Larson could see only brick, no window. But upon closer inspection, he noticed something unusual in the grass below, 2 perfect footprints in the dirt, pointing inward toward the wall as if someone had stood facing it. Forensics determined the footprints matched Morgan's shoe size and pattern. As days turned into weeks, the investigation yielded no concrete leads. Morgan's bank accounts remained untouched, his passport unused. It was as if he had simply vanished. The only potential clue was his computer search history, which revealed extensive research on non-Euclidean geometry, perceptual illusions, and something called architectural anomalies. A year later, the case remained officially open but inactive. Detective Larson, however, couldn't let it go. He had taken to parking outside Morgan's now empty house late at night, watching the Hardings' wall where the window shouldn't be. Most nights he saw nothing unusual, but occasionally, just as night gave way to early morning, he thought he caught a glimpse of light, not reflecting off the brick, but emanating from within it. On the anniversary of Morgan's disappearance, Larson stood in Morgan's former office, now empty except for the abandoned tripod. He gazed out the window and froze. For just a moment he saw not the brick wall of the Hardings' home, but a window, and behind it, a man who looked like Morgan Kane, older and gaunt, drawing lines on a large sheet of paper pinned to the wall. When Larson blinked, there was only brick again. The detective backed away from the window, his heart racing. As he turned to leave, his foot kicked something that had been hidden beneath the baseboard, a small notebook. Inside, in Morgan's precise handwriting, was a single sentence repeated on every page: "The angles are wrong here." The last page contained only 4 words: "I found another way." Police reports indicate that Detective Larson requested indefinite leave shortly after this discovery. The current owners of Morgan's house have reported no unusual observations, though they keep the blinds in the second-floor office permanently closed, citing an uncomfortable feeling when they're open. The window that faced a room that didn't exist remains a mystery in Cedar Rapids, mentioned occasionally in hushed conversations, but officially classified as an unsolved missing persons case. And sometimes, very late at night, residents of Oak Ridge Lane report seeing a faint light moving across the brick wall of the Hardings' home, a light with no discernible source. Crime 7, under a layer of linoleum, tiny tiles had been carefully arranged to form a massive, hidden mosaic. It showed a face, blank-eyed, mouth wide. A symbol was etched beneath it, repeated 3 times. One investigator recognized it from a case closed without resolution. The face in the floor matched the victim. In the small town of Mercer Creek, Washington, Eliza Darrow had been known for her quiet reliability. At 43, she had worked at the local library for almost 2 decades, cataloging books with meticulous precision. She lived alone in a modest craftsman house on Willow Street, a property she had inherited from her maternal grandmother 7 years earlier. Neighbors described her as polite but reserved, the kind of person who would wave from across the street but rarely stop for conversation. On Monday mornings, Eliza would arrive at the library at precisely 7:30 a.m. to prepare for the 9:00 a.m. opening. She sorted the weekend book returns, prepped the children's reading area, and made a pot of coffee for the staff room. This routine had been unbroken for 15 years, which is why when she didn't appear on March 17, 2023, her coworker Diane Bennett immediately felt something was wrong. It wasn't like Eliza to miss work without calling, Diane later told Detective Marcus Halsey. And it definitely wasn't like her to leave her phone unanswered. I called 3 times before contacting the police. Officer Samuel Reynolds was the first to arrive at Eliza's home at 10:47 a.m. The morning was unusually cold for March, with a light drizzle that had been falling steadily since dawn. Eliza's blue Subaru Forester was parked in the driveway. The front curtains were drawn. The newspaper remained in its plastic sleeve on the front porch. Officer Reynolds knocked several times, announcing himself as law enforcement. When no response came, he moved to the side of the house and peered through the kitchen window. Nothing appeared disturbed. A mug sat on the counter beside the coffee maker. The light on the machine was off. I circled the property completely, Officer Reynolds noted in his report. No signs of forced entry were visible. Given the circumstances, a missing person who was reliable according to colleagues, a car in the driveway, no response at the door, I made the decision to enter the premises. The officer found a spare key under a decorative rock in the garden bed, a common but inadvisable hiding place that many homeowners still use. The house was silent as he entered through the back door, calling out Eliza's name. The kitchen was clean, almost clinically so. In the living room, a book lay open on the sofa, a pair of reading glasses folded neatly on a coffee table. The television was off. The thermostat read 68 degrees. Officer Reynolds moved through the dining room, where bills and correspondence were organized in small piles on a table. Nothing seemed out of order until he reached the hallway leading to the bedrooms. There, he noticed something unusual, a small section of the hallway floor where the old linoleum had been pulled back to reveal the subfloor. At first, I thought it might be a home renovation project, Reynolds later stated. But the way the flooring had been removed was unusual, not torn up, but carefully cut and peeled back, like someone was looking for something specific underneath. What Reynolds found beneath the linoleum would transform a routine welfare check into one of the most disturbing cases in Mercer Creek's history. The subflooring had been removed, revealing an older layer of small, colorful tiles. But these weren't random tiles from a previous renovation. They had been meticulously arranged to form what appeared to be a face, a crude but unmistakable human visage with hollow eye sockets and an exaggerated open mouth that seemed to be screaming. Below this unsettling image was a symbol, 3 overlapping triangles, repeated 3 times in sequence. Reynolds immediately called for backup. Detective Marcus Halsey arrived 40 minutes later, by which time the house had been secured as a potential crime scene. Halsey, a 15-year veteran of the department, had seen many unusual things in his career, but the mosaic floor left him visibly disturbed. "I've encountered odd things at crime scenes before," Halsey recalled later. But this was different. This wasn't random vandalism or the work of an opportunistic burglar. Someone had spent considerable time creating this artwork beneath the floor. And it wasn't new. Those tiles had been there for years, maybe decades, covered by the linoleum. The search for Eliza Darrow expanded throughout the house. In her bedroom, the bed was unmade, unusual for someone described by friends as meticulous. Her purse was on the nightstand, containing her wallet with credit cards and $43 in cash. Her cell phone was plugged into the charger beside the bed. In the bathroom, investigators found a half-full glass of water on the sink. The shower curtain was pulled back, revealing a tub that was clean and dry. A towel hung perfectly on the rack. Nothing indicated a struggle or forced entry. Eliza Darrow had simply vanished, leaving behind all her possessions, as if she had stepped out of her life between one moment and the next. As the investigation proceeded, Detective Halsey ordered the removal of more of the linoleum flooring. What they discovered was even more disturbing. The mosaic extended throughout the hallway and into the spare bedroom. More faces appeared, some screaming, others with expressions of terror or anguish, all rendered in the same crude style using tiny colored tiles. It was like walking on a gallery of torment, said forensic photographer Alicia Mendez. Each face had its own expression of suffering, but they all shared the same hollow eyes, and beneath each one that same symbol appeared. The symbol, 3 overlapping triangles, wasn't immediately recognizable to the investigators. However, when images were circulated to other departments, Detective Halsey received a call from Portland Police Detective Warren Foster. Foster told me he'd seen that symbol before in a case from 2015, Halsey explained. A woman named Rachel Summers had disappeared from her home in Portland under similar circumstances. When they processed her house, they found the same symbol carved into the underside of a kitchen drawer. The case was never solved. The connection between the cases became even more disturbing when Detective Foster sent photographs of Rachel Summers. The resemblance to Eliza Darrow was striking. Both women were in their early 40s with shoulder-length brown hair, similar builds, and worked in positions related to books or education. Rachel had been an English professor at a community college. As investigators continued to process Eliza's house, they made another discovery. In the basement, behind a stack of storage boxes, they found a small door that had been wallpapered over to match the surrounding walls. The door led to a crawl space approximately 6 feet by 8 feet. Inside, they found a sleeping bag, a battery-powered lantern, and several empty water bottles. The space appeared to have been recently occupied. Someone had been living in Eliza's house without her knowledge, Detective Halsey concluded. The question was, for how long? Investigators interviewed neighbors who reported nothing unusual in the days before Eliza's disappearance. Mrs. Harriet Nelson, who lived across the street, mentioned seeing Eliza bringing in groceries on Sunday afternoon. She waved to me like she always did, Mrs. Nelson said. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The investigation took a new turn when technicians discovered partial fingerprints on the exposed mosaic tiles. The prints weren't in any database, but they were fresh, left within the past 48 hours according to the forensic analysis. Whoever uncovered that mosaic had done so very recently, Detective Halsey noted, and they had taken their time about it, carefully cutting the linoleum rather than tearing it up. Then came the most unsettling revelation. When a forensic art specialist examined photographs of the mosaic faces, she made a startling observation. The central face, the one Officer Reynolds had first discovered, bore a crude but undeniable resemblance to Eliza Darrow. It wasn't an exact portrait, the specialist, Dr. Caroline Weber, reported, but the distinctive features, the slightly upturned nose, the wide-set eyes, the shape of the mouth, they matched Eliza's facial structure. Someone had created a mosaic representation of Eliza beneath her own floor, possibly decades before she ever moved into the house. The previous ownership history of the house revealed that before Eliza's grandmother had purchased it in 1977, it had belonged to a man named Robert Kinsey, who had lived there from 1962 to 1976. Kinsey had been a tile setter by profession. Police records showed that Kinsey had been questioned in connection with two missing persons cases in the late 1960s, but was never charged. He had died in 1989 in a nursing home after suffering from advanced dementia in his final years. The timeline doesn't make sense, Detective Halsey admitted in his case notes. How could Kinsey have created a mosaic resembling a woman who wouldn't move into the house until decades later? And what connection did this have to Eliza's disappearance now? As the investigation entered its second week, another disturbing discovery was made. In Eliza's email account, technicians found a message sent 3 days before her disappearance. It contained only a single line: "The faces beneath will be complete when you join them." The email had been sent from an account created just hours before the message was sent. The IP address traced back to a public library in Seattle, where security footage showed an unidentified person in a hooded jacket using a computer terminal. Their face was never visible to the cameras. The search for Eliza Darrow continued, with investigators following every possible lead. They learned that Eliza's grandmother had also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 2015, shortly before Eliza inherited the house. The grandmother had been living in a retirement community at the time, and her disappearance had been attributed to confusion due to early dementia. She was never found. The case took yet another turn when Detective Halsey received a call from a detective in Eugene, Oregon. They had found another missing woman, another mosaic floor, and another 3-triangle symbol. This case dated back to 2009. "We're looking at a pattern spanning at least 15 years, Halsey told his team. 3 women, all with similar appearances, all with connections to books or education, all living in homes with hidden mosaic floors." 30 days after Eliza's disappearance, the case remained open, but leads had grown cold. The mosaic floor had been fully excavated and documented, revealing 12 different faces in total. Analysis suggested the tiles had been laid in the 1960s, during Kinsey's ownership of the house. Then on day 31, Eliza's library card was used at a small branch library in Tacoma, 40 miles from Mercer Creek. Security footage showed a woman who resembled Eliza, but her face was obscured by a scarf and sunglasses. She checked out a single book, Patterns in Mosaic Tile Work, a History. By the time police arrived at the library, the woman was gone. The librarian who had processed the checkout described her as distracted and said she had spoken very little. She seemed nervous, the librarian recalled. Her hands were shaking when she handed me the card. The investigation continues. Eliza Darrow remains missing. The mosaic floor in her hallway has been covered again, this time with plywood sheets. But sometimes, late at night, neighbors report hearing sounds from the empty house, like someone walking slowly down the hallway, tile by tiny tile. The 3-triangle symbol has now been linked to 5 different cases across 3 states. Each case involves a missing woman. Each case remains unsolved. And in each home, beneath modern flooring, investigators have found faces rendered in mosaic tile, faces that somehow resemble the missing women. Detective Halsey still visits Eliza's house once a week, walking through the silent rooms, standing on the covered hallway floor, and wondering who might be looking up at him through the layers of plywood and history, and whether Eliza Darrow has now joined them in whatever realm exists beneath the surface of everyday life. The case remains open. Crime-8 deep, jagged indentations ran along the wooden frame, human but unusually spaced. The mirror itself was uncracked but smudged in a strange spiral. When wiped clean, handprints appeared on the inside of the glass, pressing out from the other side. Then a new mark formed, a fresh bite. Mary Whittaker first noticed the peculiar marks on the antique mirror 3 days after her daughter Elise went missing from their home in Cedar Springs, Michigan. It was an unremarkable Tuesday in October 2018 when 19-year-old Elise failed to return from her evening psychology class at the local community college. Mary had purchased the ornate Victorian mirror at an estate sale just weeks before. She would later tell detectives that she regretted the purchase more than anything else in her life. Cedar Springs wasn't accustomed to missing persons cases. With just under 3,600 residents, it was the kind of town where neighbors still borrowed cups of sugar from one another and left doors unlocked at night. Elise was known as a quiet, responsible young woman who worked part-time at the public library and kept mostly to herself. She had a small circle of friends, maintained a 3.8 GPA, and had never been in any trouble. Her routine rarely varied. Each Tuesday and Thursday evening, she would drive her blue 2012 Honda Civic to class, return home by 9:15 p.m., make a cup of chamomile tea, and study until midnight. On the night of October 23rd, security cameras captured her leaving the campus parking lot at 8:47 p.m. Her car was later found undisturbed in the driveway of her mother's craftsman-style home on Elm Street, the driver's door slightly ajar, her backpack still on the passenger seat. She must have made it home, Detective Samuel Haywood said during the first press conference. But after that, we have nothing. Haywood, a 20-year veteran of the Cedar Springs Police Department, had investigated only 2 other disappearances in his career, both runaways who were found within 48 hours. Mary Whittaker remembered hearing the front door open that night, the familiar sound of Elise's keys dropping into the ceramic bowl on the entryway table, and the softer thud of her backpack hitting the passenger seat as she left it in the car. But Mary had been absorbed in a phone call with her sister in Grand Rapids and hadn't gone downstairs to greet her daughter. It was the last normal moment in what would become an increasingly disturbing case. The initial investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no struggle, and no indications that Elise had packed to leave. Her toothbrush remained in the bathroom holder. Her antidepressants, prescribed after her father's death 2 years prior, sat in their weekly pill organizer, Wednesday's compartment still full. Her passport remained in the desk drawer. Her bank account showed no unusual activity. The last text on her phone, sent to her study partner Lucia Mendez at 8:32 p.m., read simply, "Heading home. Meeting at 10 tomorrow to review for midterm." For 3 days, search parties combed the wooded areas surrounding Cedar Springs. Volunteers distributed flyers with Elise's photograph, a serious young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and hazel eyes, the hint of a reluctant smile at the corners of her mouth. Local news ran the story, but without evidence of violence or abduction, wider media attention remained minimal. Then came the discovery of the mirror. Mary had been dusting Elise's room, a ritual that had become both comfort and torment. The Victorian mirror with its ornate wooden frame hung on the wall opposite Elise's bed. Mary noticed odd marks on the frame, indentations that looked disturbingly like teeth marks, human teeth marks. And when she wiped the glass, moving her cloth in slow circles across the surface, she stepped back and froze. There appeared to be handprints pressing outward, as if someone were pushing against the other side of the mirror. "I thought I was losing my mind," Mary later told reporters, her voice barely above a whisper. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and when I opened them again, the prints were gone, but there was something new. A fresh bite mark on the lower left corner of the frame, the wood still damp. Detective Haywood initially dismissed Mary's account as the product of stress and grief, but when forensic technician Angela Liu examined the mirror, she found saliva in the indentations. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Elise. That's when the case took a turn none of us were prepared for, Haywood admitted months later. We had a missing person and physical evidence that made no logical sense. The investigation expanded. Officers interviewed Elise's classmates, her professors, her coworkers at the library. They examined her computer, her journal, her social media accounts. Everything painted the picture of a studious, somewhat withdrawn young woman still processing her father's suicide. There was mention of a boyfriend in Grand Rapids, but friends couldn't recall his name or provide any contact information. Elise's browser history showed searches for lucid dreaming techniques and mirror meditation, along with dozens of visits to obscure forums discussing something called liminal spaces. 1 week after Elise's disappearance, Mary awoke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of tapping from her daughter's bedroom. She found nothing there except the mirror, which now displayed a thin crack running diagonally across its surface. When she leaned closer, she could hear what sounded like distant whispers coming from within the glass itself. The Cedar Springs Police Department brought in Dr. Alina Reeves, a psychologist specializing in trauma and grief, to work with Mary. It's not uncommon for those experiencing profound loss to perceive strange phenomena, Dr. Reeves explained. The mind creates patterns and meanings as it struggles to process traumatic events. But the mirror continued to change. By the third week, cryptic messages appeared in the fog when the bathroom shower ran hot. Words like reverse and threshold and halfway would materialize, only to fade within seconds. Officer Liu took samples of the condensation and found microscopic traces of skin cells matching Elise's genetic profile. Then came the most disturbing development. 26 days after Elise vanished, Mary's sister Judith was staying overnight to provide support. At approximately 2:43 a.m., Judith heard what sounded like fingernails scratching glass. She entered Elise's room to find the mirror vibrating slightly against the wall. Using her phone, she recorded a 17-second video in which a faint voice, later confirmed by audio analysts to match Elise's vocal patterns, can be heard saying, "I'm still here. I can see you, but you can't reach me. The mirror goes both ways." The recording transformed the investigation. What had been treated as a missing person case with unusual elements became something police struggled to categorize. Some officers refused to enter Elise's room. Others requested transfers. Detective Haywood, however, became obsessed with the mirror. "There has to be a rational explanation," he insisted, spending hours studying the mirror's provenance. The antique had been purchased at the estate sale of Herbert Daniels, a retired physics professor who had died 3 months earlier at age 87. Neighbors described Daniels as eccentric but harmless, often speaking about membranes between realities and quantum observation effects. His house had been filled with mirrors of various sizes and shapes, most arranged to reflect one another in complex patterns. Daniel's journals, recovered from his home, contained thousands of pages of equations and cryptic notes about transit points and observer-dependent reality tunnels. One passage, dated just weeks before his death, read, "Success at last. The boundary is permeable when properly prepared, but transit requires exchange, something for something, someone for someone." 4 months after Elise's disappearance, with the case at a standstill, Mary Whittaker made a decision. Against police advice, she positioned herself before the mirror at midnight, placed her palms against the glass, and waited. For 3 hours, nothing happened. As dawn approached, Mary began to weep, her forehead pressed against the cool surface. Then the glass warmed beneath her touch. Security cameras installed in the room captured what happened next. The mirror's surface appeared to ripple like disturbed water. Mary's reflection blurred, shifted, and was replaced by the image of Elise, wearing the same clothes she had disappeared in. Mother and daughter pressed their hands against opposite sides of the glass. Their lips moved in conversation, though no audio was recorded. Then, in a motion too quick for the camera to capture clearly, they seemed to exchange places. When police responded to an automated alarm, they found the room empty except for the mirror, now shattered into hundreds of pieces. Neither Mary nor Elise has been seen since. Forensic analysis of the glass fragments revealed nothing unusual about their composition. The frame, however, contained a hidden compartment with a handwritten note in what experts confirmed was Mary's handwriting. "I understand now. I'm going to bring her back. If I don't return, destroy every mirror in the house." Cedar Springs has since been plagued by rumors and theories. Some believe Mary had a psychotic break and harmed both herself and her daughter. Others point to Herbert Daniels' research into theoretical physics as evidence of something beyond current scientific understanding. A small but vocal group insists the entire event was an elaborate hoax. Detective Haywood retired early, citing health concerns, though colleagues note he removed all mirrors from his home and covered reflective surfaces with black paint. Angela Liu transferred to a crime lab in Seattle, but continues to study samples from the case in her free time. Dr. Reeves has published several papers on what she terms collective delusion in isolated communities, using Cedar Springs as her primary case study. The Whittaker house remains unoccupied, its windows boarded up after repeated break-ins by curiosity seekers and self-proclaimed paranormal investigators. The one consistent report from those who have entered illegally is the persistent sound of tapping from within the walls, like fingernails on glass, always just out of sight. Elise's case remains officially open but inactive. Her blue Honda Civic sits in an impound lot, gathering dust. Her backpack and its contents, textbooks, a half-empty water bottle, and a compact mirror with a crack across its surface are stored in an evidence locker at the Cedar Springs Police Department. And sometimes, late at night, dispatchers receive calls from the Whittakers' disconnected home phone. When answered, the line contains only silence and what sounds like distant breathing, or perhaps just static, echoing across an impossible divide. Crime 9 piled high in every corner, blankets of all sizes, colors, and fabrics, some new, others decades old. One had a name sewn into the edge, Mara. Another had a hospital tag attached. The one at the very bottom was soaked through and wrapped around something soft and still breathing. In the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, everyone knew Sarah Winters as the kind woman who lived at the end of Oak Lane. She was 63, with silver-streaked hair always pulled back in a neat bun, and eyes that crinkled when she smiled at the neighborhood children. For 28 years, she had worked as a nurse at Millfield General Hospital, retiring only 3 years ago to enjoy her garden and her quiet. The neighbors would see her tending to her roses every morning, watering them methodically with an old copper watering can, always before 8 a.m. Sarah lived alone since her husband Thomas passed away 5 years earlier. Their only son Michael had moved to Seattle after college and visited only during holidays. She kept to herself mostly, attending church on Sundays and occasionally hosting her quilting circle on Wednesday afternoons. Her house, a two-story colonial with faded blue shutters and a wraparound porch, was always immaculately maintained, the lawn mowed in perfect lines, the hedges trimmed to precise heights. Detective Laura Simmons would later note in her report that the exterior of the residence gave no indication of the conditions that would be discovered within. It started on a Tuesday in October, when Elaine Porter from across the street noticed that Sarah's copper watering can had been lying on its side for 3 days. The roses, usually so carefully tended, were beginning to wilt. Elaine called Sarah's phone, but there was no answer. She considered walking over but hesitated. Sarah valued her privacy, and they weren't close friends, just neighborly acquaintances who exchanged waves and occasional comments about the weather. By Friday, when the mailman mentioned to Elaine that Sarah's mailbox was overflowing, she finally called the police to request a wellness check. Officer James Dalton arrived at 3:15 p.m. He knocked several times, circled the property, and peered through windows. Everything looked normal, though the house was unusually dark for mid-afternoon. When he tried the front door, he found it unlocked, the first unusual detail in what would become one of Millfield's most disturbing cases. The house was cold inside. Officer Dalton called out but received no response. The living room was orderly, with furniture arranged precisely and surfaces dusted. The kitchen showed signs of recent use, a teacup in the sink, a loaf of bread on the counter, a refrigerator humming softly with fresh groceries inside. Nothing seemed out of place except for one detail that Officer Dalton's trained eye caught immediately. The door to the attic was open, with a kitchen chair positioned directly beneath it. "Ms. Winters," he called, his voice echoing through the silent house. "Sarah Winters, this is Officer Dalton with the Millfield Police Department. Are you home?" The silence that followed was heavy and unnatural. Officer Dalton radioed for backup before climbing the stairs. The second floor was as neat as the first, bed made with hospital corners, bathroom towels hung perfectly straight, reading glasses placed on a nightstand next to a dog-eared mystery novel. Nothing suggested a struggle or hasty departure. When Officer Andrea Hayes arrived 15 minutes later, she found Dalton standing at the foot of the attic ladder, looking up into the darkness. "Something's not right," he told her. "I can hear, I don't know, something like a humming sound." Together they climbed the narrow ladder into the attic. The space was unfinished, with exposed beams and insulation visible between the rafters. The autumn light filtered weakly through a small round window, illuminating dust particles that swirled in their flashlight beams. And then they saw the blankets. The entire attic was filled with them, stacked in corners, hanging from beams spread across the floor. Baby blankets, electric blankets, handmade quilts, hospital blankets with institutional tags still attached. Some were neatly folded, others carelessly tossed. A path had been cleared through the middle, leading to what appeared to be a makeshift living area with a rocking chair, a battery-powered lamp, and more blankets arranged in a nest-like formation. "Jesus," Officer Hayes whispered, "how many are there?" Officer Dalton moved his flashlight slowly across the space. Hundreds, maybe more. They would later count 347 blankets in total. As they moved further into the attic, the humming sound grew louder. It was coming from behind a particularly large stack of woolen blankets in the far corner. Officer Hayes approached cautiously, her hand on her weapon. "Police, is someone there?" The humming stopped abruptly. With a nod from Dalton, Hayes carefully moved aside the top blankets from the pile. Underneath was Sarah Winters, rocking slightly, her eyes unfocused, arms wrapped around something bundled in a hospital blanket. The blanket was wet, and for a moment the officers feared the worst. But then the bundle moved. "Ma'am," Dalton said softly, kneeling beside her. "What do you have there?" Sarah looked up at him with an expression of perfect serenity. "My baby," she whispered. "She gets cold, you know. Babies always get cold." Hayes gently pulled back a corner of the blanket. Inside was not a baby, but a small gray cat, barely alive, its fur matted and damp from being constantly wrapped and unwrapped. The subsequent investigation would reveal a story more complex and heartbreaking than anyone in Millfield could have imagined. Sarah Winters had indeed been a nurse at Millfield General, specializing in the neonatal intensive care unit. Her colleagues described her as dedicated, meticulous, and deeply compassionate. In her 30 years of nursing, she had cared for hundreds of premature and sick infants, many of whom she had helped save. But there was one she couldn't save. In 1983, Sarah had given birth to a daughter, Mara, 3 months premature. Despite receiving the best possible care, Mara lived only 4 days. Sarah returned to work 6 weeks later, throwing herself into caring for other people's babies with a determination that her colleagues found admirable, if somewhat concerning. What they didn't know was that Sarah had kept Mara's hospital blanket, the one she had been wrapped in when she died. It became the first in what would gradually grow into a collection. The blankets told a story that Sarah's perfectly maintained exterior had concealed. Some had been purchased legitimately. Others, particularly those with hospital tags, had been taken from the hospital over decades of employment. Each new addition seemed to coincide with the loss of a patient or a particularly difficult period in Sarah's life. Michael Winters, contacted in Seattle, expressed shock at the discovery. "I knew Mom had some blankets stored in the attic," he told Detective Simmons, "but I had no idea it was like this. After Dad died, she became more withdrawn, but she always seemed functional." When questioned about the blankets, Sarah spoke of them as if they were living things, each with its own personality and needs. "Some get lonely," she explained to the police psychologist. "I have to rotate them so they all get attention." The cat, which Sarah called Mara, had been a stray that wandered onto her property 3 weeks earlier. Veterinarians determined it was suffering from severe dehydration and malnutrition, having been kept wrapped in blankets for extended periods. Sarah Winters was diagnosed with complicated grief disorder and delusional disorder. Instead of prison, she was committed to a psychiatric facility for treatment. The cat recovered and was adopted by Officer Hayes, who named it Lucky. The blankets presented a particular challenge for investigators. Many bore no identifying marks, but 37 still had hospital tags intact. Through painstaking record checking, they were able to connect some to specific patients who had passed away at Millfield General over the years. For the families of these patients, the discovery reopened old wounds, but also provided an unexpected form of closure. 8 months after Sarah was institutionalized, a former colleague came forward with a disturbing recollection. In 1997, a premature infant had gone missing from the NICU during Sarah's shift. The baby was found 2 hours later in a supply closet, unharmed but wrapped tightly in an extra blanket. The incident had been investigated but ultimately attributed to a new parent's confusion about hospital protocols. In light of recent discoveries, the case was reopened, though no conclusive evidence of Sarah's involvement was ever found. Today, the blue colonial on Oak Lane stands empty, its garden overgrown, the roses long dead. Occasionally, curious teenagers dare each other to peer through the windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of the blanket lady, as Sarah has come to be known in local legend. The attic has been cleared, the blankets either returned to families or donated to shelters. But on cold nights, neighbors sometimes claim they can hear a faint humming coming from the empty house, the sound of a mother rocking a baby that never had the chance to grow up. In the psychiatric facility where Sarah now lives, she is allowed to keep exactly one blanket. It's small and white, with the name Mara sewn into the corner in faded blue thread. She keeps it folded precisely at the foot of her bed, and the staff have learned not to touch it. Every night she unfolds it carefully, spreads it over her lap, and rocks in her chair by the window, humming softly to the daughter she lost 42 years ago, and to all the other children she couldn't save. Story 10. In the quiet of the night, a mysterious package arrived, nestled in a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Within its folds lay a single brass key, its surface weathered by the hands of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah, felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over her, despite not recognizing the key. As she tried it in every lock within her home, each one remained unmoved. The key did not belong to her, yet there was an inexplicable connection she couldn't shake. Setting the key down on her coffee table, a dormant grandfather clock in the hallway stirred to life with a solitary, haunting chime, a sound that hadn't graced the air for years. Startled by this eerie occurrence, Sarah reported the strange event to the authorities, unsure of what to make of the enigmatic key that had found its way to her. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns, attributing the key's arrival to a simple mistake. But Sarah's unease persisted, a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, placing it in a small bag, a seemingly insignificant item that would soon unravel a web of darkness in the tranquil suburban neighborhood. The case found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for recognizing the subtle signs of a seemingly benign situation turning malevolent. The brass key sat unassumingly on his desk, yet its presence sent a shiver down his spine, a whisper of foreboding in the stillness of the room. Delving into Sarah's background, the investigation yielded no red flags. She was a retired teacher, a widow with grown children, leading a quiet life with no hint of malice in her past. Forensic examinations revealed only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, the envelope offering no clues beyond a generic postmark from a distant distribution center. A breakthrough emerged when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique pattern through the department's database, unearthing a chilling connection to a cold case from years past. The key's intricate design matched one found in a storage unit linked to a heinous crime involving missing women and unspeakable horrors. As the investigation deepened, Sarah's world became shrouded in fear, prompting her to fortify her home with new locks and a security system. The looming question hung heavy in the air: why had this key been sent to her? What sinister purpose lay behind its delivery? A fresh analysis of the evidence led investigators to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's with a shadowy past and an unsettling connection to the key's origins. Jenkins, a man of elusive movements and hidden motives, had meticulously concealed his trail, leaving behind no digital footprint to trace. The true extent of the horror unfolded when a hidden chamber was discovered beneath the floorboards of a cabin linked to Jenkins, a chamber containing rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and a date, a grim tally of lives taken. The excavation unearthed a graveyard of secrets, revealing the grim reality of Jenkins' atrocities. Amidst a nationwide manhunt for Jenkins, the community grappled with the revelation of a predator lurking in their midst, camouflaged by a facade of normalcy. The hunt culminated in a tense standoff where Jenkins, facing the specter of his crimes, chose to meet his end rather than face justice. In the aftermath, a journal left behind by Jenkins shed light on his twisted motives, his fixation on Sarah, and the macabre dance of darkness he had orchestrated. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable acts, stood as a grim testament to the lives stolen and the horrors that had unfolded behind closed doors. As the community sought to heal from the wounds inflicted by Jenkins' reign of terror, Sarah found solace in a new beginning, forever changed by the brush with darkness that had invaded her once peaceful existence. The clock's hollow chime, once a harbinger of unease, now served as a reminder of the fragility of safety and the shadows that lurk in the corners of the everyday. The case of the Keymaster remains a haunting reminder of the evil that can hide in plain sight, a cautionary tale etched in the annals of a community forever scarred by the horrors that unfolded within its midst. And as the stars whispered secrets in the night sky, the keys sat silent in their evidence locker, guardians of a truth too terrible to unlock, a truth that would forever haunt the dreams of those who dared to listen. Story 11. The motel stood in quiet disrepair, a relic of a forgotten era where transient visitors sought only a brief respite. A worn-out clerk handed her the key with a cryptic warning, his eyes betraying a hidden knowledge. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity. That evening, amidst the dimly illuminated corridor, she hesitated before the ominous door. The handle chilled her fingertips, and as she pressed her ear against the weathered wood, a faint breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed roused from her slumber, entering the crime scene veiled by yellow tape. The metallic tang of blood greeted her, a scent all too familiar in her line of work. The room bore a stark duality: pristine bathroom juxtaposed with the grisly scene before her. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo, eyes fixed on the ceiling in eternal surprise or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the markers that dotted the floor. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic technician, his tone devoid of emotion as he captured the macabre scene through his lens. "Same signature as before." Reed absorbed the information in silence. The victim's attire clashed with the motel's shabby surroundings, a stark incongruity. No robbery had taken place here. A different motive lurked in the shadows. The motel manager lingered in the background, his pallor ashen with dread. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during routine cleaning." Reed surveyed the room, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had welcomed her assailant willingly, or perhaps already knew them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos of the three victims with uncanny resemblances. The media buzzed with speculations of a serial predator haunting the community. "Autopsy results are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Strangulation manual, no DNA evidence under the victim's nails, no signs of assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was no random act, it bore the mark of personal vendetta. Days blurred together as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance tapes yielded no leads, painting a picture of a meticulous predator operating in the shadows. The victim, Elaine Werner, defied the profile of a motel guest, her meticulous nature at odds with her chosen accommodations. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Werner's sister, hinting at a clandestine relationship with a mysterious figure known only as C. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace, where colleagues painted her as a reserved professional. A business card hidden in her desk led Reed to Charles Emerson, a senior vice president whose polished exterior hid darker truths. Emerson's alibi appeared airtight, but a fleeting flicker in his eyes betrayed a deeper complexity. Forensic evidence linked Emerson to the crime, unraveling a web of deceit and obsession. He confessed to an affair with the victim, but denied any involvement in her demise. Yet his meticulously crafted facade crumbled under the weight of incriminating proof, a voyeuristic obsession with women resembling his wife, orchestrated encounters in seedy motels, and the chilling execution of his victims to safeguard his secrets. The trial unfolded swiftly, condemning Emerson to a life behind bars. As he was escorted away, Reed locked gazes with him, glimpsing a void where remorse should have dwelled. The door on the left case captured the public's imagination, dissected by psychologists and armchair detectives. But for Reed, the shadows of that motel corridor lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind seemingly ordinary doors. In the evidence vault, 3 keys lie dormant, relics of a twisted saga etched in blood, and betrayal a grim testament to the irreversible consequences of crossing certain thresholds. Story 12. She never fancied the idea of venturing up there, but when a tempest brewed havoc on the roof, she had no other choice. The attic, a realm of neglect, was cloaked in dust and veiled with cobwebs. Amidst the forgotten items in the darkest nook sat an ancient dollhouse hauntingly intricate, with its minuscule furniture meticulously arranged. However, upon gazing inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls, they were tiny, meticulously hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure meticulously placed, mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to portray her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A shiver coursed through her body, unrelated to the wintry draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place in this attic. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The case commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Officers arrived at the suburban abode to find a family in distress, nestled in the living room, refusing to ascend the stairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed off their concerns as an elaborate prank, or perhaps the vivid imagination of a family adapting to a new dwelling. The meticulousness struck me, Detective Harmon would later recount. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The course of the investigation veered when forensic teams unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family member. More unsettling were the microscopic cameras found embedded in the miniature figure's eyes, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements unveiled an eerie pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored the family's locations that evening, but matched precise poses from various days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We realized it wasn't a simple case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The culprit exhibited an unprecedented level of obsession seldom seen in criminal psychology literature. The investigation unraveled a concealed basement entry, camouflaged behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living area, with signs suggesting someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans arrived. Food remnants, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder living beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Deeds disclosed the house had remained uninhabited for nearly a year before the Morgans' arrival. The former owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little insight. Most hadn't noticed anything amiss, though one elderly resident mentioned glimpsing lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she informed investigators. I never fathomed someone might be squatting there without permission. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras unveiled that the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior occupants of the house greeted them. Diaries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with alarming precision. The most chilling find was a workshop replete with numerous partially finished dollhouses, each representing distinct homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records illustrated mounting debts post his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned the covert living space, dwelling there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figure symbolized someone he surveilled. Rebecca's figure near the attic door wasn't a threat. It was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance setup. During interrogation, Wells remained unsettlingly composed as he elucidated his motives. They were dwelling in my house, slumbering in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they respected it. When probed about the positioned figures, he simply stated, I wanted them to know I was always watching. Psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't cope with losing his childhood abode and devised an intricate system to retain control over it. The dollhouse evolved into a means for him to possess both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later recounted that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that, in his mind, we were merely puppets to be positioned and watched. Wells faced multiple charges including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning property deaths and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes were adequately vacated before new residents moved in. During his sentencing, the judge acknowledged the profound violation the Morgan family endured. You didn't just infiltrate their home, you invaded their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and recreated them for your amusement. What makes this case particularly unsettling to criminologists is how long Wells might have remained undetected if Rebecca hadn't discovered the dollhouse. Examination of his diaries implied he had been covertly living within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to the next, crafting dollhouses of each family under surveillance. The Morgan family eventually settled in a new abode far away, but Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and crawl spaces regularly. She purged their new residence of all dollhouses and miniatures. Some days I still sense eyes upon me, she divulged. I wonder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I haven't unearthed yet. Story 13. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that murmured, floorboards that whispered. Yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too precise for a building settling into the night. Despite residing on the highest floor, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from above. One evening, she mustered the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased. A heavy silence enveloped her. Then a single knock echoed back from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the knocking incident to herself, attributing it to the building's settling or perhaps a stray animal seeking refuge in the attic. Night after night, the rhythmic footfalls persisted, tracing invisible paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Sarah adapted, drowning out the unsettling sounds with blaring television volumes and headphones at bedtime, desperate to escape the methodical cadence that haunted her nights. Detective Morris stumbled upon the peculiar apartment through a maintenance worker's discovery during routine repairs. A hidden crawl space was found behind a section of drywall outside Sarah's unit, revealing a passage not documented in the building plans. Inside, a makeshift living space unfolded scattered food wrappers, empty water bottles, a stained blanket, and a worn notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent summoned the police. Upon arrival, Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, encountered the shaken maintenance worker muttering about someone living within the walls, someone watching. The notebook chronicled intricate details of Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, her guests, even her smallest habits. The final entries grew erratic, filled with cryptic symbols and a chilling declaration. The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensics uncovered fingerprints in the crawl space with no matches in any database. Intricate passages embedded within the building's structure dated back decades, linking to multiple apartments but converging at hidden viewpoints in only one Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual occurrences, yet former tenants recounted feelings of being observed or hearing unexplained noises. 3 previous occupants described a sense of unease, with one fleeing after a mere fortnight, their experiences left unreported out of fear of sounding paranoid. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces, DNA tracing back to Martin Weaver, a previous resident who vanished mysteriously 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting his disappearance, Detective Morris learned of Martin's grievances about noises from above, involving a reclusive tenant named Edward. Following a confrontation, Martin vanished, and Edward quietly vacated the premises, leaving no trace. Delving into Edward's past, investigators unveiled a pattern of transient residency in top-floor units, avoiding connections with neighbors and vanishing without notice. A remote cabin discovered on rural land exposed a sinister obsession: photographs of former residents, intricate maps of building structures, and disturbing journals detailing his specimens and habitat maintenance. Beneath a corkboard adorned with missing persons reports, cadaver dogs led investigators to multiple graves, unearthing grim evidence of Edward's malevolent deeds. As forensic experts unraveled the tragic fate of Edward's victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's building. Although the crawl spaces were sealed, reports of faint noises persisted. During security system installations, a chilling discovery awaited: a new notebook tucked discreetly at the junction of ceiling and wall. The initial page bore a cryptic message: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The final entry depicted a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a marked passage in crimson ink and a date for that very night. Officers raced to evacuate Sarah, only to find her unit deserted. Her phone lay abandoned, the television droning in the background. In the bathroom, a message etched in steam materialized on the mirror. Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed, unveiling an ominous void. Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, eluded capture, his expertise in construction enabling his macabre schemes. Thermal scans revealed no current presence within the walls, leaving Sarah missing, her fate intertwined with a string of unsolved disappearances across state lines. Detective Morris, haunted by the memory of Sarah's silent ordeal, contemplates the unseen threats lingering above. In the quiet of his home, he finds himself gazing upward, listening intently, pondering who else might be listening in the shadows of the night. Story 14. In the hush of twilight, she felt the urge to transform the nursery, a sanctuary awaiting the arrival of new life. The worn blue walls whispered ancient tales, secrets woven into their fabric. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden narrative began to emerge, faint at first, then bold and undeniable. A cryptic message materialized beneath the surface, cryptic and enigmatic. Don't let it hear you. A shiver danced down her spine, freezing her in place. Stepping back, she beheld a chilling sight, tiny handprints etched into the fresh paint, impossibly high above the ground. No child could have left such marks. This eerie revelation within the confines of the Morgan residence's nursery sparked the enigma known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian abode at a bargain, unaware of the darkness shrouding its history. Detective Sarah Klein, a figure cloaked in shadows of enigma, arrived at the threshold, a notebook clutched in her grasp. A pregnant woman, her form swathed in paint-stained overalls, greeted her with haunted eyes and a tremor in her voice. She recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and ghostly handprints, recounting how the previous occupants had fled under the cloak of night, leaving no trace but rumors of whispered fears. Within the house's ancient walls, Detective Klein traversed, her footfalls echoing through time-worn corridors. In the nursery, she gazed upon the partially painted wall, the cryptic warning still visible where the brush had fallen silent. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned at a height beyond the reach of innocence. Back at the precinct, she delved into the annals of the property's past. The house had exchanged hands numerous times, each family fleeing its shadowed embrace after a mere breath of time. Child welfare reports unveiled a chilling truth, whispers from unseen lips, spectral gazes haunting the slumber of innocence. The detective's quest for truth led her down twisted paths of history and mystery. Eleanor Blackwood, a spectral figure from the past, once dwelt within these walls, her orphanage a facade for darker deeds. The lost children, their existence a footnote in dusty archives, whispered their tragic tale through the ages. As Detective Klein unearthed the past, a pattern emerged, a tapestry of terror woven by spectral hands, reaching out from beyond the veil of time. The truth lay buried beneath layers of deceit, entombed in the shadows of the basement. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled a macabre secret, 5 small forms, forever frozen in time, their names etched in silent screams. The luminol's eerie glow revealed a tapestry of horror, handprints of the lost etched upon the walls, a testament to their final plea for justice. The house, a mausoleum of forgotten dreams, stood silent and forsaken, its secrets buried but not forgotten. Detective Klein's final report bore witness to the unexplainable, the spectral whispers that lingered in the empty halls. The nursery walls, witnesses to unspeakable horrors, crumbled beneath the weight of truth and remorse, releasing echoes of a past best left undisturbed. The haunting image of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness lingered in the detective's mind, a reminder that some crimes transcend time and space, leaving indelible marks upon the fabric of reality. And so the Whispering House stood as a testament to the mysteries that dwell in the shadows, a relic of a past steeped in darkness and sorrow, awaiting the light of truth to set its ghosts to rest. Story 15, the aged envelope held a fresh stamp, a stark contrast against its yellowed edges. With caution, the detective unfurled its contents, an old-fashioned typewritten message, rushed and uneven. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying a lingering scent of iron. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught their attention, distinct from regular ink. Detective Sarah Morgan, with her practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, mindful of the human blood that stained it, a match to a long-unsolved homicide case involving a young journalist named Rebecca Warren. Years had passed since Rebecca was tragically found in her apartment, life taken by multiple stab wounds. Her missing laptop and scattered notes hinted at a potential connection to a story she had been pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until the arrival of this ominous letter at the precinct, addressed simply to Homicide Division. Lacking clear fingerprints but hinting at gloved hands, the letter bore a crucial postmark, reigniting hope within Morgan's team. Gathering her colleagues in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan emphasized the significance of the new lead. The remorse evident in the letter, she believed, signaled a shift in the case. Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, offered a counterpoint, the possibility of a calculated act designed to mislead. Tracing the typewriter's unique patterns to a scarce, outdated model, the forensics team scoured antique shops for leads. Meanwhile, delving into Rebecca's life revealed a committed journalist unearthing corruption, her latest investigation entwined with a wealthy, politically connected family. Suspicions turned to Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, whose demeanor now betrayed signs of unease, a revelation of Rebecca's fears of being followed, adding a new layer to the mystery. As the detectives pursued Michael's involvement, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten confession in blood. This time the message delved deeper, hinting at secrets within the family's inheritance and a tragic turn of events. A visit to the family mansion unearthed a collection of vintage typewriters belonging to the eldest son, Richard, whose composed demeanor faltered under scrutiny. A breakthrough came with the discovery of shared stationery between Richard and his sister, a leaner and intricate web of deceit weaving tighter around the family. Richard's hidden room, filled with incriminating evidence, solidified the case against him. The revelation of financial ties between Richard and Michael further darkened the narrative, exposing a sinister plot to silence Rebecca permanently. Aliner's pivotal recording captured Richard's damning words, sealing his fate. Despite his protests of innocence, the evidence proved insurmountable. The trial culminated in Richard's conviction, a bittersweet closure for Rebecca's grieving parents. The blood-stained letters, now lodged in evidence storage, stood as a haunting reminder of the unraveling of a meticulously planned crime, a testament to the weight of guilt and the unforeseen cracks in a killer's facade. Rebecca Warren's case endured as a lesson in detective lore, underscoring that sometimes the key to a mystery lies not in advanced technology, but in the haunting echoes of an old typewriter and the burden of remorse that can ultimately betray even the most cunning of criminals. Story 16, the enigmatic whispers of the past. The new occupants believed it was merely peeling wallpaper, a mundane task of renovating their newfound Victorian-era abode. But as their fingers delicately stripped away the layers, a hidden narrative began to unravel. Inked onto the walls, repeated endlessly, was a name, Aliner Winters. Each stroke of the pen seemed to pulse with a quiet urgency, filling every crevice with its enigmatic presence. This name, unfamiliar and haunting, did not belong to any previous residents, nor did it surface in any official records. Yet a digital search unearthed a solitary link, a decades-old missing persons case. And to their astonishment, the woman in the faded photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had passed the keys to their new home, Margaret Cavendish. Michael and Sarah Klein had never planned an immediate restoration of the elegant dwelling. The allure of the historic property, with its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings, had captured their hearts. A peculiar water stain in the master bedroom initiated their journey into the mysteries concealed within the walls. A simple discoloration on the floral wallpaper led to a cascading unveiling of the past. Layer by layer, they traversed through time, from paisley prints of the 70s to striped motifs of an earlier era. But it was the emergence of handwritten words beneath the surface that halted their steps. In faded ink on aged paper, the name Alina Winters wove a tapestry of desperation and turmoil across the wall. Sarah's gentle whisper broke the silence, questioning the significance of this phantom name. The revelation stirred a restlessness within them, prompting late-night inquiries into the shadows of the past. Property records offered no trace of Alina's existence within the house's lineage. A chance digital archive revealed a faded article detailing Alina's vanishing, frozen in time like a ghostly echo. Their initial curiosity morphed into an insatiable quest as they delved deeper into Margaret Cavendish's enigmatic past. The renovation took a backseat to their fervent pursuit of truth. Margaret's brief ownership of the house raised suspicions, contrasting the norm in the realm of real estate transitions. A retired detective shed light on Alina's disappearance, unveiling a tale of a life interrupted, leaving no trace except for the haunting echoes of her name. Forensic scrutiny of the wall inscriptions transformed the Klein residence into a nexus of unsettling discoveries. The ink, aged 3 decades, bore the weight of secrets long buried. Meanwhile, a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards revealed a trove of identities, each belonging to the enigmatic Alina. The puzzle unfolded further as fingerprints and DNA painted a portrait of fractured identities intertwined in a macabre dance of deception. The walls whispered tales of a shattered psyche, of a woman consumed by her fragmented personas. Rebecca Eldridge, the missing puzzle piece in Alina's story, emerged from the shadows of obscurity. Her desperate attempt to cling to reality through the guise of Alina had painted the walls with the echoes of her fractured mind. A chilling revelation pierced the veil of time, exposing the sinister truth that lay dormant for decades. As the investigation unfolded, the earth beneath the tranquil garden whispered its own secrets, guiding the search towards a long-buried truth. Alina's remains, silent witnesses to a tragedy long forgotten, emerged from their earthen cocoon. Rebecca's elaborate charade, donning the persona of Margaret Cavendish, crumbled under the weight of irrefutable evidence. The walls that once bore the weight of confession now stood as silent witnesses to a crime of passion and obsession. For Alina's kin, closure arrived with a bittersweet embrace, decades overdue. And for Michael and Sarah Klein, their dream home transformed into a haunting relic of a dark past. The whispers of the walls resonated with the echoes of a tragedy long concealed, etching their names into the annals of true crime lore. The house, once steeped in charm and allure, now stood as a monument to the enigmatic whispers of the past, where every creak and rustle held a tale of fractured identities and lost souls. Story 17: The Enigmatic Manor. The new residents of the old Victorian manor initially dismissed the crackling of the antiquated intercom system as a quaint peculiarity, a relic of a bygone era, now silent and forgotten in the shadows of time. Yet one fateful night, curiosity gripped the husband, prompting him to press the dusty button. A mysterious whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, unsettling in their ambiguity. Startled, the husband recoiled, his trembling hands betraying his unease. His wife, a silent presence behind him, denied ever uttering those words. The manor itself seemed to hold its breath, nestled among ancient oak trees, its exterior weathered by years gone by, concealing the modern elegance within. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new proprietors, had been drawn to the property by its rich history, despite the real estate agent's subtle apprehension during the initial tour. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, her unmarked vehicle announcing her presence with a soft crunch of gravel under the tires. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but the undertone in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel, his complexion ashen in the dim light of the porch, welcomed Detective Reeves inside, eager to share his unsettling experience. "It all began with the intercom," he revealed, leading the detective through the ornate foyer. Static at first, then murmurs, and finally coherent sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly clutching a steaming mug left untouched. Without preamble, she disclosed their discovery hidden behind a wall, a small, aged journal uncovered during renovations to expand the kitchen pantry. Daniel recounted how, within the journal's delicate pages, the elegant yet frantic script of a woman named Alina unfurled a tale of suspicion and dread. Alina, the previous owner, had chronicled her escalating fear of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The final entry, 3 decades old, marked the abrupt end of Alina's narrative. The previous owners had acquired the manor from an elderly man who had relocated to a retirement community, leaving behind a haunting legacy. The investigation delved deeper, unearthing the tragic truth of Vincent and Alina Blackwood's past. Records confirmed their ownership of the manor, revealing a dark chapter of betrayal and deceit. Vincent had sold the house after Alina's disappearance, perpetuating a facade of her abandonment without legal validation. As forensic analysis unearthed human remains beneath the garden shed, the sinister reality of Alina's fate came to light. A woman in her 40s, bearing signs of violence to her skull, lay buried beneath the concrete foundation. A gold wedding band engraved with the words "To Alina, my eternal love," served as a poignant testimony to the tragedy that had unfolded within the manor's walls. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and confined to a care facility, acknowledged the charges leveled against him with chilling composure. "She wouldn't cease her incessant chatter," Vincent confessed, his voice hauntingly tranquil. "Always prying through that accursed intercom, questioning, checking on me. I disconnected it, but she defied my solitude, reactivating it herself. Claimed she needed to reach me, no matter where I roamed within our home." His vacant gaze betrayed a mind haunted by memories of a past silenced by deceit. In a swift trial, Vincent pleaded guilty to the heinous crime of murder. The judge, recognizing the premeditated nature of the offense and the decades of deception that followed, delivered a stern sentence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark history, relinquished possession, bidding farewell to a home tainted by tragedy. Before their departure, a somber memorial for Alina graced the garden, now restored to tranquility after the revelations of the investigation. The intercom, a conduit for long-suppressed voices, was dismantled by subsequent owners during renovations. Workers reported hearing whispers and static during its removal, attributing the phenomena to mere electrical interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one final time before its archival, reflecting on the enigmatic nature of the manor's past. As she closed the folder, she pondered how the house itself had whispered its truths across time, leading to the belated justice for Alina. The local law enforcement dubbed the case the house that answered back, a testament to the echoes of a silenced voice that had resounded through the ages. Occasionally on her homeward journey, Detective Reeves would pass by the manor. She never lingered, yet she would slow her pace, the window cracked open, attuned to the whispers carried on the gentle breeze, a melancholic lullaby from a house haunted by the echoes of its past. Story 18. The tale unfolded in a quaint town where the costume shop had seen better days, its shelves now barren as it prepared to close its doors for good. Among the remnants of old inventory, a woman named Catherine Reed discovered a mask of exquisite craftsmanship, yet its lifelike features exuded an unsettling aura. As she placed it on the counter to purchase, the cashier hesitated, murmuring, "That's not ours." Perplexed, Catherine checked for a tag, but none was to be found. Without further ado, she decided to take the mysterious mask home with her. That very night, a soft, rustling sound roused Catherine from her slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it now sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an eerie intensity. Days later, Catherine was discovered by her concerned neighbor. The front door of her home stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of morning light to pierce the shadowy interior. What awaited inside was a scene that would perplex investigators for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the enigmatic mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic clicks of the shutters served as a somber backdrop to the whispered conversations of the investigators. "No signs of forced entry," remarked one officer, jotting down notes in his pad. The detective, with a keen eye for the subtlest of clues, observed a partially open drawer and a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary, except for the tragedy that had befallen the woman who would never again open her eyes. The medical examiner, his expression grave, conducted a thorough examination. Cause of death unclear at first glance. No visible wounds, no evidence of a struggle, he stated, gesturing towards Catherine's frozen expression of terror. Kneeling beside the body, Detective Morgan whispered to herself. Something terrified her to her very core. Catherine, known in her community as a meticulous art appraiser with a knack for uncovering forgeries, had led a quiet life dedicated to authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her discerning eye and unwavering dedication to her craft. Could it be that her expertise had inadvertently led to her untimely demise? The investigation took a chilling turn when security footage from the costume shop revealed a perplexing encounter. The cashier's bewilderment at the sight of the mask was evident as he sought clarification from the owner, who adamantly denied any connection to the mysterious artifact. The detective's visit to the now-empty shop shed light on a troubling history intertwined with inexplicable occurrences. Further analysis of Catherine's remains uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in her fingertips, hinting at a desperate struggle in her final moments. The lab technician's revelation of the fiber's composition, human hair intertwined with an unidentified organic material, added a layer of mystique to the perplexing case. Delving deeper into the investigation, a pattern emerged linking Catherine's demise to a series of similar deaths spanning decades. Each victim had acquired a peculiar mask prior to their demise, each mask leaving behind a visage frozen in terror. The enigma surrounding these deaths remained unsolved, shrouded in a veil of ancient mystery. A retired detective, well versed in one such case, shared a chilling revelation with Detective Morgan. In a dimly lit room, he disclosed the discovery of ancient symbols hidden within the masks, hinting at a ritual involving soul transference. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, painting a picture of a malevolent force seeking new hosts through a sinister cycle of death. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of a journal concealed within Catherine's apartment, detailing her growing unease and the mask's malevolent presence. Her frantic entries spoke of a malevolent entity lurking within the mask, preying on those who recognized its true nature. The detective pieced together the puzzle, connecting the dots between Catherine's findings and the chilling deaths that had come before. The final revelation came from the medical examiner, who determined Catherine's cause of death to be a fatal cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. What could evoke such profound fear that it stopped a heart in its tracks? As the investigation unfolded, surveillance footage captured a haunting sight, a figure leaving Catherine's home cloaked in the eerie mask, moving with her gait but with an unnatural precision. The hunt for the elusive mask intensified, but it remained elusive, vanishing without a trace only to resurface months later in a distant vintage shop, its ominous presence once again slipping through the cracks of reality. The detective, haunted by the enigma of the mask, kept Catherine's journal close at hand, as a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked beyond the veil of normalcy. In the stillness of the night, she would startle awake, a sense of being watched lingering in the shadows. Securing her surroundings, she braced herself against the looming specter of the mask, knowing that its insidious cycle of death and despair would continue unabated, waiting to ensnare its next unwitting victim in a dance of dread and doom. Story 19, the aged library faced its fate of demolition, its walls echoing with the whispers of forgotten tales. The workers, sweat-soaked and weary, toiled diligently, unaware of the secrets lurking within the time-worn shelves. Amidst the chaos of destruction, a solitary figure stumbled upon a hidden latch concealed in the shadows of a neglected bookshelf. With a soft click, the facade of the bookcase swung open, revealing a passage shrouded in darkness, an enigmatic doorway to a world long forgotten. The air within the hidden room was heavy with the weight of time, untouched by human hands for decades. There in the center stood a solitary chair, its frame bolted firmly to the floor, a silent sentinel to the mysteries held within the chamber. Scratched repeatedly upon the walls, a haunting message lingered, whispering the words, "I am still here," a chilling echo of a presence long gone but never truly departed. The foreman, his brow furrowed with unease, reached for his radio, summoning the authorities to the scene. What had begun as a routine demolition swiftly spiraled into a dark labyrinth of enigmas and shadows. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by years of witnessing the macabre dance of crime, stood at the threshold of the hidden room, his flashlight casting dancing shadows upon the walls etched with cryptic messages. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice a solemn melody in the eerie silence of the chamber. "Let no one disturb the sanctity of this place until the forensic experts have unveiled its secrets." The history of the library unfurled like a tapestry of intrigue, weaving a tale of the Harrington family, a lineage steeped in wealth and mystery. The library, once their private sanctuary, had been bequeathed to the public in the wake of tragedy, the disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing, a riddle unsolved, had left a void in the hearts of the townspeople, her absence a specter haunting the halls of the library. As the forensic team delved into the hidden recesses of the chamber, they unearthed fragments of a forgotten past, a chair bearing traces of struggle, walls tainted with the remnants of a bygone presence. The whispers of the past grew louder, beckoning Detective Walsh to unravel the tangled web of deceit and darkness that shrouded the Harrington family. With each revelation, the shadows of suspicion deepened, casting a pall over the once respected family. The origins of the hidden room, the meticulously crafted lies woven through the years, all pointed to a malevolent truth lurking beneath the surface. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with chilling precision. A journal unearthed, confessions whispered in the dead of night. Maxwell Harrington, the family patriarch, stood at the center of the storm, his mask of respectability crumbling under the weight of his sins. The truth, a dagger in the heart of innocence, bared its fangs, a tale of obsession turned deadly, of secrets buried beneath layers of deceit. Maxwell's words, hollow and devoid of remorse, painted a portrait of a man consumed by his own darkness, willing to sacrifice his own blood for the sake of his legacy. As the excavation uncovered the remains of a life extinguished too soon, the echoes of justice reverberated through the chambers of the library. The Harrington family, once revered, now stood as pariahs in the eyes of the community, their facade of respectability shattered by the revelations of the past. Rebecca's memory, a flickering flame in the darkness, found solace in the embrace of truth. The bracelet adorning her skeletal remains, a poignant reminder of a life stolen, a voice silenced. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a legacy tainted by greed and betrayal. As the dust settled and the shadows receded, the community gathered at the threshold of the library, offering silent tributes to the memory of a soul lost to the machinations of the wicked. In the quiet hum of the evening breeze, Rebecca's whispered message, "I am still here," resonated through the corridors of time, a testament to the enduring power of truth and the relentless pursuit of justice, even in the darkest of nights. Story 20. The old Polaroid held secrets unknown, a faded memory of a distant birthday. Faces frozen in time, candles aglow, a scene of ordinary joy. Yet within the box of forgotten photographs passed down to the daughter, a chilling discovery awaited. Among the smiling faces, a lurking presence emerged. A man, shrouded in shadow, lingering just beyond the flickering candlelight. He did not belong to the family captured in the frame. No recollection tied him to the gathering. And yet with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her late mother's attic. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories unveiled a series of aged snapshots, chronicling moments of familial happiness from her childhood. What should have brought solace instead ignited a haunting nightmare. In the initial photo, he remained barely visible, a dark silhouette on the periphery during her 7th birthday celebration. The enigmatic figure loomed by the glass door, his features obscured, a silent observer. In the subsequent image, he crept inside. By the third, he loomed behind her uncle, unnoticed by all captured in the frame. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers. "Dad, who is this man lingering in the background of all these pictures?" A deafening silence followed her inquiry, then a sharp gasp. "What man? Only family should be present," her father finally uttered. Digital replicas of the Polaroids were swiftly shared with her father. His subsequent call revealed a shaken demeanor. Impossible. A stranger would not have gone unnoticed. Detective Marcus Reed attentively listened as Sarah laid out the unsettling photographs on his desk in the dimly lit precinct. Rain drummed against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the evidence. The detective's weathered hands methodically traced each photo, his gaze narrowing. "No one recognizes this individual?" he inquired, his voice neutral yet intrigued. No one, Sarah confirmed, but observed the progression. Aligning the photos in sequence, she unveiled the unsettling truth to the detective. As the figure advanced through the party, photo by photo, he inched closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final frame, he stood ominously behind Sarah's youthful self, a pale hand reaching towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. The photographer, Reed suggested, though doubt tinged his tone. My mother took these. She set the timer and joined the shot, Sarah clarified. Copies were made, a case file opened. Interviews with surviving attendees ensued, revealing no recognition of the mysterious figure. No hired help, no uninvited guests. The isolated property had been chosen for its seclusion. Facial recognition technology faltered, the figure skillfully eluding clear identification in every picture, as though aware of the lens's gaze. Yet a practiced intention lingered in his posture. The investigation stalled until Sarah unearthed additional photos from other family albums. Disparate gatherings, varying years, and yet the same shadowy presence, always lurking, always unnoticed in the moment. A digital expert delved into the images, unveiling obscure details, a scar on the wrist, a unique ring, a reflection revealing facial features once veiled in darkness. A breakthrough emerged from dental records, the teeth in an enhanced image aligned with those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions across the region decades ago. Cases long gone cold, cases occurring parallel to the depicted gatherings. Keller had been employed by the company overseeing the rental property of Sarah's childhood birthday. Possessing master keys to several rental homes, his sinister presence intertwined with vanished children and shattered families. Beneath the concrete foundation of Keller's former residence, authorities unearthed chilling evidence. A hair clip matching a missing girl's description. A toy car belonging to a vanished boy from a family reunion, and a bracelet Sarah recognized as her own, a childhood memento believed lost. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the evidence of hidden terrors, Sarah awaited the detective's call. Remains discovered near a vacation property had been identified through DNA, a missing child. Gazing at the final birthday photo, she beheld the warmth of familial faces frozen in time. And there he stood, the shadowy figure, unseen but ever present, patient, calculating. The revelation united unsolved mysteries spanning decades. Families found closure, though not the solace they sought. The shadow from the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his concealed presence finally exposed after years of anonymity. Gathering the photos, Sarah returned them to the box. They were no longer mementos of joy, but harbingers of unseen dangers. A reminder that sometimes the most perilous threats lurk within the captured frames, unseen specters traversing celebrations undetected, leaving only a faint echo of their passage through frozen moments of time. Story 21, wrapped in mystery. The parcel that arrived bore no return address, no tracking number to trace its journey. A simple cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, found its way to Sarah Miller's doorstep. It wasn't meant for her. The name on it was unfamiliar, a certain Daniel Whitaker. Common sense whispered for her to leave it be, to disregard its presence and move on with her day. But curiosity, that insatiable itch, tugged at her, urging her to uncover the secrets within. With gentle hands, she peeled back the tape that sealed the box, half expecting mundane contents like books or clothes. Yet what lay inside was far from ordinary, a lone VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note that simply said, "Watch alone." Sarah hesitated, her gaze fixed on the enigmatic black plastic object nestled in her palms. It felt wrong somehow, heavier than it should be, as if carrying the weight of untold stories and forbidden truths. Her fingers brushed over the worn edges of the tape, tracing the imperfections in its casing. The note, bearing the indents of urgent scribbles, hinted at a plea for attention, a plea for someone to listen. The world outside her home carried on its usual rhythm the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children playing, the distant hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air, oblivious to the enigma that now resided within her walls. Bringing the mysterious package inside, Sarah set it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her, a stranger in a sea of familiar faces. She had dwelled in her house for years, never once encountering mail addressed to him. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to this place, leaving behind memories and echoes of their presence. Curiosity warred with unease as she eyed her old VCR, a relic from a bygone era. There was a pull, a magnetic force drawing her towards the mystery veiled in black plastic. Ignoring the voice of reason, Sarah slid the tape into the VCR. Static danced on the screen at first, a chaotic dance of white noise that gradually coalesced into a discernible image. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a single lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned, revealing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, soft yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, it means someone found you, and they'll find me too." Leaning forward, his weary face emerged from the shadows, a visage etched with exhaustion, stubble adorning his jaw, hair tousled in disarray. "I swear I didn't harm her. You have to believe me. They framed me, planted evidence that I never laid a hand on her." As the camera trembled in his grasp, Daniel adjusted its angle, offering glimpses of the sparse room that surrounded him, blank walls, scant furnishings, an existence on the edge of departure. "They set me up. The official narrative will paint me as her killer, claiming we knew each other, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our disputes. But it's all lies. I never knew Catherine Walsh until her face graced the headlines." His voice wavered, dead, murdered in her own home. "And yet my fingerprints, my DNA, all tied to the crime scene." Meanwhile, Detective Eliza Ramirez studied an identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth in a series of mysterious deliveries. Each tape bore the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, a man who had vanished into thin air when her life was brutally cut short. The pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit snugly at first, a straightforward case of a young woman slain, with evidence pointing decisively towards Whitaker's guilt. However, the arrival of these enigmatic tapes added layers of complexity to the investigation, shrouding the truth in shadows. Detective Ramirez, a seeker of justice, found herself at a crossroads, torn between two narratives, one of a murderer on the run, the other of a man wronged by a sinister plot. As she delved deeper into the case, Ramirez unearthed unsettling revelations about Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblowing endeavor against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entwined in a web of deceit and power. Walsh's discoveries threatened to expose the dark underbelly of the company, revealing hidden truths about manipulated data and concealed side effects in a new drug awaiting release. The detective's suspicions grew as she unearthed peculiar anomalies in the evidence, a meticulous tapestry woven to deceive and mislead. Witness testimonies felt rehearsed, security footage conveniently corrupted, and DNA evidence placed with eerie precision. It was a maze of half-truths and fabrications, with the real story lurking in the shadows. 3 days after the initial tape, Sarah Miller found herself the recipient of a second package. This time, it held a trove of incriminating documents, clinical reports, memos, emails, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of a conspiracy so vast that it threatened to consume all in its path. Working in tandem with the other tape recipients, Sarah and Detective Ramirez pieced together Whitaker's narrative, a tale of surveillance, betrayal, and a fight for redemption. He had stumbled upon damning evidence of his own innocence, evidence that lay hidden within the bowels of a storage unit, waiting to be uncovered. Within Unit 217, they found the truth laid bare: Whitaker's journal chronicling the orchestrated scheme, Catherine's damning files, and the elaborate plans to frame an innocent man. The head of security, the puppet master behind the scenes, confessed to his sins, striking a deal to unveil the corruption that festered within PharmaCorp's walls. Justice, a silent specter looming over the guilty, descended not with a bang but with a whisper of truth that could not be silenced. Executives fell from their ivory towers, their reign of deception crumbling around them. The drug, tainted by lies and deceit, was banished from consideration, a victory for those who sought to expose the darkness. Emerging from the shadows, Daniel Whitaker returned from his self-imposed exile, a changed man bearing the scars of his wrongful accusation. Sarah, the unwitting player in this elaborate game of deception, met him once more, their eyes locking in silent understanding. "Why me?" she ventured, seeking answers in the aftermath of chaos. "Why choose my address for this mission of truth?" His gaze, heavy with the burden of his past, met hers. "The algorithm chose you. I needed strangers, unconnected souls who could see beyond the facade, who could trust their instincts when the world deemed me guilty." And in that quiet moment of reflection, amidst the remnants of a conspiracy dismantled, Sarah found her answer. "The wrong address led us to the right path," she murmured, a whisper of truth in a world of shadows and deception. The VHS tapes, relics of a bygone era, now bore witness to a tale of redemption and revelation, a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths arrive in unexpected packages, waiting for the curious and the brave to unravel their mysteries. Story 22. The wooden plank shifted under her weight, creating a subtle disturbance that beckoned her curiosity. Stooping down, her fingertips traced the edges of the loosened board, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor, once seemingly solid, now whispered of secrets waiting to be unveiled. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, exposing a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath the foundation of her new abode. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the shadows: a mattress, a chair, and tucked away in a corner, a weathered notebook adorned with pages scrawled with a single name, her name, repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her residence, a flicker of fear dancing in her gaze. It was more than the discovery of a hidden chamber. It was a violation of sanctity, an intrusion of malevolence into what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Refrain from disturbing anything further," instructed Detective Reed, her voice a steady anchor in the sea of uncertainty. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling walls adorned with photographs, images capturing Sarah's every move, her daily routines, her interactions with the world. A shrine of obsession meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed without leaving any known kin behind. For months, the property had stood vacant, its secrets dormant until Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and minor renovations, omitting any hint of the hidden chamber lurking beneath. "I never crossed paths with him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors claimed he was a recluse. I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." The arrival of crime scene investigators signaled the beginning of a meticulous process. Each item was documented, every piece of evidence catalogued, and the mattress, chair, and notebook were carefully extracted from their clandestine hiding place. Forensic analysis unveiled a plethora of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden chamber. What troubled the investigators most was the timeline they unearthed. Utility records, dated photographs, and meticulous surveillance suggested that Walter had been observing Sarah for a minimum of 3 years before his demise. He had orbited her life, a silent spectator in the background, while remaining unnoticed by his unwitting subject. Such fixations tend to escalate, the department psychologist remarked during a debriefing. Fantasy metamorphoses into planning. The existence of this hidden room hints at preparations for a more direct course of action. Detective Reed's investigation took an unforeseen turn when she sought out Walter's former colleague from the maintenance department at a local shopping center. The man squirmed uncomfortably, toying with his wedding band as he divulged. Walter would mention her sometimes. He believed she resembled someone from his past. I assumed it was harmless fantasizing. I never imagined. Did he ever allude to any intentions involving her? Prodded Reed. Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me. I thought it was just idle chatter. A search of Walter's untouched workplace locker yielded a peculiar key, leading the investigators to a storage unit registered in his name. With a metallic screech, the unit's door rolled open to reveal a meticulous replica of Sarah's former living space furniture, decor, and even a mannequin mirroring her likeness perched at a desk. The calendar marked with a foreboding date, circled in red, bore a single word: together. Delving into Walter's past revealed a history of institutionalization stemming from an early fixation on a teacher. Diagnosed with erotomania, his delusions persisted until his encounter with Sarah reignited his dormant obsessions. The conference table at the police station bore witness to the chilling evidence of a man consumed by a twisted belief in an illusory connection with his unwitting muse. He departed this world convinced of their inevitable union. In his mind, they were meant to be together, Reed mused, spreading out the damning evidence before her colleagues. Could she have inadvertently triggered this fixation? A chance encounter, perhaps, inquired another detective. Reed shook her head solemnly. No tangible leads. Sometimes these fixations require the smallest spark in exchanged glance, a fleeting smile. For an individual with his history, that could suffice. Sarah made the decision to part ways with the house, unable to shake the specter of Walter's voyeuristic presence. During a final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, a shiver coursing through her as she reflected. I keep wondering what might have come to pass if he hadn't met his end. If I hadn't stumbled upon that loose floorboard, how long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eye, ignorant of the secrets concealed beneath my feet? The case was officially closed following Walter's demise, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction itself never came to fruition. Sarah relocated, molding her routines and safeguarding her personal information with heightened vigilance. Detective Reed maintained a discreet vigil over her, an unspoken acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had evaded a harrowing fate. The cottage passed into the hands of an unsuspecting young couple, oblivious to its haunting history. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, and life resumed its course. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that lurk, of monsters who slip through the cracks, and of victims who unknowingly dance on the precipice of their own undoing. Story 23. In the beginning, there was only a faint flicker, a subtle disturbance in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother, half asleep, brushed it off as mere interference. But then the sound crackled and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "Hush now, drift back to slumber." A shiver ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, the window shut tight, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its glossy, black eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's scream pierced through the night, raw and primal, echoing through the walls until the neighbors, startled, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her, huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of dread. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. The initial search yielded little, baffling the investigators. No signs of forced entry, the security system undisturbed, and the baby monitor footage showing nothing amiss except for that haunting voice and static. Suspicion turned to Rebecca, her history of seeking help for postpartum depression casting a shadow over her grief. Her husband, Daniel, absent on a business trip, added another layer of complexity to the mystery. Whispers in the community grew louder, pointing fingers at the grieving mother. Then a breakthrough, a trace of foreign fibers on the nursery windowsill, leading to the possibility of an agile intruder scaling the house from outside. The focus shifted, revealing a shadowy figure in the night captured by neighboring security cameras and a mysterious footprint in the garden soil. Daniel's return brought a new revelation, a hobby of rock climbing, his hands marked with peculiar calluses, and a hidden life insurance policy on Samuel. The pieces started to align, painting a grim picture. The digital realm held the key, exposing a hacked baby monitor broadcasting deceit from afar. The trail led to a basement, where Samuel was found in the care of Elaine, a ghostly figure with a past entwined with Daniel's. Her eyes vacant, she surrendered, unveiling a web of betrayal and longing. Daniel's denial crumbled under the weight of evidence, encrypted messages, matching fibers, and a cough captured in the baby monitor's audio, placing him at the heart of the deception. The courtroom fell silent as the truth unfurled, condemning Daniel and Elaine to the harshest of sentences. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case left a mark, reshaping how modern abductions are investigated, urging caution in a world where technology can be a double-edged sword. Samuel, oblivious to the turmoil he was born into, grew up shielded from the darkness that once threatened to consume him. And Rebecca, haunted by the memories, kept the stuffed rabbit hidden away, its silent gaze a reminder of the night when truth whispered through the veil of the baby monitor's deceptive tranquility. The monitor, a silent witness to the unseen, held the secrets that shattered lives and mended broken souls in the quiet of the night. Story 24. The old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. Within its aging frame, the heating system emitted a low, steady groan, and the pipes rattled like a quiet symphony of memories. These sounds, though familiar, carried an undercurrent of mystery that lingered in the stillness of the night. She, a tenant in the building, had grown accustomed to these nocturnal serenades. The creaks and murmurs had become a part of her nightly routine, a lullaby that eased her into slumber. But one fateful evening, a new voice joined the nocturnal chorus. Faint yet distinct, it floated through the vents like a ghostly whisper, calling her name in a tantalizing tone. Intrigued and slightly apprehensive, she pressed her ear against the metal grate, feeling the cool breath of air brush against her skin. And then, almost teasingly, the voice spoke again, soft and intimate. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw entered the apartment, a sense of unease settling upon her as she surveyed the scene before her. The air was heavy with the weight of the unknown, the silence punctuated by the meticulous work of the forensics team capturing every detail. Alina Reeves, the missing tenant whose fate had led Shaw to this place, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. The whispers through the vents, dismissed as mere figments of imagination, now held a haunting truth. As Shaw knelt beside the rusted vent cover, tracing the desperate marks left by unseen hands, a chill ran down her spine. The scratches told a story of fear and desperation, of a soul trapped within the confines of its own home. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had succumbed to a darkness that lurked within the walls of her sanctuary. Her sister's tearful account painted a picture of escalating paranoia, of a woman haunted by unseen eyes and unheard voices. The apartment, once a haven of warmth and light, now bore the scars of a sinister presence. Shaw's investigation unveiled a tapestry of horror woven through the fabric of everyday life, a web of deceit and malevolence that had ensnared its victims in whispers and shadows. The truth, when it emerged, was more chilling than Shaw could have imagined. The revelations of hidden passages, clandestine recordings, and a twisted obsession painted a portrait of a predator lurking in the shadows of the mundane. Harold Weber, the seemingly unassuming building superintendent, stood at the heart of the darkness that had consumed Alina and others before her. His calm facade cracked under Shaw's scrutiny, revealing a facade of normalcy masking a soul twisted by a macabre obsession. The trial that followed was a harrowing journey into the depths of human depravity. Weber's words, like poisoned honey, dripped with a madness that chilled the bones. His conviction brought a semblance of justice, but the echoes of his whispers lingered in the empty rooms of the apartment building. Now vacant, the building stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. Despite the renovations and fresh paint that sought to erase the stains of the past, the whispers persisted, carried on the cold drafts that seeped through the vents. The residents who dared to linger in its shadowy embrace spoke in hushed tones of unseen presences, of voices that spoke in the dead of night. The old heating system groaned. The pipes rattled a symphony of secrets that whispered of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 25. She entered through the front door, stirring up dust in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, walls shedding their paint, furniture cloaked in sheets. Each step she took felt like a dance with the past, a waltz through a moment trapped in stillness except for one peculiar detail. The doors, every one she opened, transported her back to the same room. No matter the path she chose, no matter the handle she turned, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only escape was the way she had come. But when she turned around, the front door had vanished. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body twisted the old Victorian from a forgotten relic to a scene of mystery. Detective Sarah Lind lingered at the threshold, observing forensic experts glide through the dimness like phantoms. Among the locals, the house had earned a reputation, the place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen eyes lingered. Now it harbored secrets far deeper than mere tales. The initial assessment suggests she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice a mere breath. The cause of death appears to be suffocation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, gazing towards the entrance as though awaiting a visitor. Her face serene, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The scene exuded a chilling calm that even seasoned investigators found unnerving. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They entered, spotted her sitting there, mistook her for a trespasser until they drew near. Since the passing of its former owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior, the house had stood empty. Legal disputes had left the property in limbo, unwanted, unsold, and mostly forgotten except by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, 26, a graduate student delving into architectural oddities for her thesis. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, captivated by spaces that defied norms. The abandoned Victorian, renowned for disorienting visitors, must have beckoned to her like a siren's call. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind remarked. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks before her demise. Her journal entries detailed peculiar echoes, unexpected cold patches, and doors that seemed to lead to different places each time they swung open. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she dubbed spatial anomalies. Yet that equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected twist: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, but not in lethal doses. She wasn't one to dabble in drugs, her boyfriend insisted under questioning. Morgan was rigorous in her methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception intentionally. Digital forensics unearthed fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who professed to grasp its enigmas. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and enigmatic. The house holds memories of its past, one message read. It yearns for someone to understand. The probe led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, and their professional bond had blossomed into a personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shattered by her death. "The house carries a reputation," he explained. The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design. He intended to sow confusion and disorientation. Morgan believed there was more to it, something beyond mere tricks of construction. However, Reeves had a solid alibi for the presumed time of death. Surveillance footage placed him delivering a lecture at a university symposium hours away. A breakthrough surfaced from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson living overseas. Upon contact by investigators, he unveiled a family secret buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he divulged. "There were others, all found in the parlor, all appearing serene. The family termed it the claiming." He furnished investigators with journals spanning decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable: individuals who spent significant time within the house ultimately succumbed to what the family euphemized as the influence. A secondary sweep of the premises exposed a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing gear and something more. A small chamber housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged in a meticulous geometric layout. At its heart sat a sculpted figurine, its features smoothed by generations of touch. Examination identified the carving as representing a deity linked to liminal spaces, boundaries between worlds. Residues on the artifacts matched the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system. The case took a fresh twist when dust-patterned forensics within the house hinted at another presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, alien to Morgan's or any identified visitors, were lifted from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his dwelling. Mirroring Morgan, he sat facing the entrance, tranquil expression, the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that fit no lock in his place, but slotted perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if safeguarding a record, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't confine you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors led where they always have, but something tricks you into believing you're circling. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart at will, but by then you'll choose not to. The case lingers open officially, categorized as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its access barred by officials. Still, whispers persist of lights flickering within on certain nights, of visitors who enter but never exit. Some locals assert that the house ensnares those who comprehend its mysteries too keenly. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unveiled something potent and ancient, something dwelling in the interstices of conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an escape in a house where every door leads back to the start. Story 26. Once upon a time, a mysterious call echoed through the empty halls of an abandoned house, a call that defied all logic and reason. It began with a pocket dial, a serendipitous connection that sparked a chain of events shrouded in darkness and deceit. The operator at first dismissed the call as mere static and muffled sounds, nothing more than a fleeting glitch in the system. But then a voice emerged from the chaos, a voice tinged with desperation and fear, a woman's voice, whispering urgently into the void. "He's here, he." And then silence descended like a heavy veil, suffocating the lingering echoes of the cryptic message. The number traced back to the abandoned house, a relic frozen in time, untouched by human hands for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances to disturb the eerie stillness that enveloped the decaying walls. Detective Morgan Reed found herself entangled in this enigma, her curiosity piqued by the inexplicable nature of the call. The phone, innocently resting on the dusty kitchen counter, its screen glowing faintly as if infused with a spectral presence. She pressed the playback button, each repetition of the whisper sending chills down her spine. The abandoned property was once home to the Sullivan family, a family torn asunder by tragedy and loss. Their presence lingered in the shadows, a ghostly reminder of past sorrows. The daughter, Catherine Sullivan, the previous owner of the mysterious phone, had met a tragic end in a car accident 3 years prior. As Morgan delved deeper into the riddle, she uncovered layers of deceit and manipulation that defied comprehension. The phone call, made from a device that should not have been operational, defied the boundaries of reality. It was a puzzle with missing pieces, a tapestry of lies woven with threads of truth. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. The voice on the call belonged to Catherine Sullivan, with a certainty that sent shivers down Morgan's spine. The timeline of events, the whispered words that mirrored the moment of Catherine's untimely demise, painted a portrait of a spectral presence reaching out from beyond the grave. The investigation led Morgan and her partner, Detective Walsh, down a twisted path of secrets and revelations. Each interview, each clue unearthed, painted a vivid picture of a young woman trapped in a web of manipulation and fear. It was Catherine's mother who finally shed light on the dark corners of the mystery, a journal unearthed from the depths of forgotten memories. The journal spoke of a love turned toxic, of a relationship marred by control and violence. The final entry, a chilling testament to the horrors that had unfolded in the shadows. The truth, once obscured by layers of deceit, emerged like a specter from the darkness. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, stood at the center of the storm, his facade crumbling under the weight of evidence against him. The buried phone, the deleted texts, the evidence of a sinister plot woven with meticulous precision. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization dawned: the accident that had claimed Catherine's life was no mere twist of fate. It was a carefully orchestrated act of violence, a heinous crime committed in the name of twisted love. Mark's arrest brought a sense of closure, a semblance of justice in a world tainted by darkness. The truth, though bitter, brought solace to those left behind, a bittersweet reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. And so, the phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence locker, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its spectral walls. Officers speak of whispers in the night, of phantom rings that echo through the empty halls, a reminder that some mysteries linger beyond the realm of the living. Catherine's story, a tale of tragedy and triumph, of darkness and light, lives on in the hearts of those who seek justice in the face of adversity. Her voice, though silenced in life, echoes through the corridors of time, a beacon of hope for those who dare to listen. Story 27, the real estate listing, made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue of its existence. Yet beneath the old carpet, a hidden door lay waiting to be discovered by the family. With a heavy, rusted handle, it took the strength of 3 to pry it open. As the door creaked ajar, a rush of stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them. Descending the steps into the darkness, they expected storage space, but instead found a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb, and upon the wall behind, an eerie row of photographs depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban home during the winter, when darkness enveloped the neighborhood early, and leafless trees stood stark against the cold sky. They had seen charm and history in the 2-story structure with its weathered siding and creaky floors. Little did they know the depth of history the house held and how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she described the hidden chamber beneath their living space. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The basement, compact and dim, resembled a standard bedroom with cold concrete walls painted a dull gray. A lone chair stood anchored to the floor at the room's center, while above it, a bare bulb cast harsh shadows that danced in the still air. Yet it was the line of photographs that drew their focus, 37 images meticulously arranged in a timeline. "These go back nearly 4 weeks," noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the prints. "Here's one of Mrs. Mercer asleep, another of Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, and the children in their rooms." Investigations uncovered no signs of forced entry, no evidence of theft or destruction. The security system had remained silent. What had been stolen was their privacy, their sense of security. Forensics discovered multiple fingerprints, most belonging to the home's previous occupants. The house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family departing within a year, often selling at reduced prices. None had ever mentioned a hidden basement. "We must interview every former owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notes. The case took a disturbing turn as they delved deeper into the property's past. Records revealed irregularities, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed and retracted, inspection reports redacted. A breakthrough came during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years back. His face blanched at the sight of the basement photos. "That room isn't real," he insisted, hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the bones. No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete below the living room." Data extracted from a hidden memory card unveiled hundreds more images on their evidence boards of the Mercers and prior families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, moments both intimate and mundane, all captured by an unseen observer. Audio files recovered from a concealed box held recordings of conversations from various rooms, despite no visible surveillance equipment. "We must search every inch," Connors urged, her tone urgent. "Check the walls, air vents, light fixtures, outlets. The perpetrator has been watching for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal filled with detailed observations on each family. The meticulous notes matched the handwriting of the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin, who had supposedly perished during construction, leaving no trace in public records. The journal's final entries grew increasingly cryptic, with phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" repeating. The last page ominously read, "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed Kelvin's presence in the house's hidden spaces. He had never left, only concealed himself within, watching the families as if they were actors in his private drama. After a 3-day search, they found Kelvin curled within a crawl space, his body frail and accustomed to the narrow passages he had crafted within the walls. During interrogation, he spoke of the families as characters in his personal narrative, observing them with detached curiosity. He had never intruded, never stolen, merely documented. "They welcomed me in," he stated calmly. "They signed the papers, they became mine." Psychological evaluations deemed Kelvin delusional, viewing the families as temporary guests in what he considered his permanent abode. The Mercers never returned, leaving their possessions behind like those before them. The house stood vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, revealing hidden rooms and observation points integrated into the house's structure. When the verdict was announced, Kelvin remained impassive, lost in the recesses of his mind, where he could still navigate the house's memory-bound corridors unseen. The property was eventually razed, the soil covering its secrets. Yet for the families, the violation endured. They remained haunted not by what was taken, but by what had lurked unseen, watching, listening, recording their private moments from within the supposedly safe walls. In quiet moments they glanced at air vents, light fixtures, corners, questioning if they were ever truly alone, wondering if they ever had been.